is we always concentrate on the conferences and forget the very important thing, that is the person next to you. Mom, do you know your neighbor? Hello? Yeah. Do you know your neighbor? Do you know her name? Okay. Introduce yourself to your neighbor. Say hello. That person maybe deserves a smile. You don't know how they were. Maybe they had a very tough night. Maybe things are not going well. These gatherings like these are important for us to connect as humans, right? We're just clocking down to the year, and what an opportunity for us to gather here to look at how our economy is doing, but also to leverage on the benefits that come along with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. My name is Solomon Serwanja, and I am the Executive Director of the African Institute for Investigative Journalism. I am the host today, so I am going to make sure that you understand all the economics. We have big minds, big brains in the house. Like I said, my job is to ensure that even when they are speaking all the economics, it is easily understood and that they drive the point home. Fiscal policy, monetary policy, double-digit inflation, all that is important, but we have to talk to people. And the conversation today is about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. When I was coming here to host this event today, I thought of an association deep in Kabale of women who are growing Irish potatoes, and every day, maybe when they're harvesting, they pile all their Irish potatoes in one place and sacks, and put those sacks onto the bus, and those Irish potatoes end up in Kampala, and we eat them in our different restaurants, and therefore there is market for them. What the Africa Continental Free Trade Area means is that these women can be able to export their Irish potatoes to Lagos, to Accra, Ghana, to Nairobi, Kenya, to Lilongwe, to Johannesburg, to any part of Africa. So I asked myself, is it even possible that this group of women who grow Irish potatoes can actually export their Irish with little or no burden to Johannesburg? And today, the World Bank is telling us that it's possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area was supposed to kick off in 2021, and then COVID happened. As we speak right now, about 55 countries have ratified to this agreement. About 11 are still thinking about it, still consulting their legal and policy framework. But the dream is still alive, that indeed Africa can be one market. Speaking of market, I'm talking about 1.3 billion people on the continent coming together and trading. And that brings in about $3.4 trillion. Wow. But today, the most important thing is how we as a country getting ourselves ready to trade. So if you're to forget anything today out of the presentation that is going to be made, how are we as a country, as farmers, as dairy people, as people who are going to be selling services and goods to this market, are you ready? How many of us in the room are in the agriculture business? You grow potatoes, Irish potatoes, sweet potatoes. Again, with a show of hands. Thank you, Dr. Roswitha. So I want to ask, are you ready? If this market opened tomorrow, how do you get your goods to Accra, Ghana? This is the conversation today. It is as simple as that. How do we actually prepare to harness the benefits that come along with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area? Again, thank you so much for coming. Without any further ado, I want to welcome the World Bank Country Manager, Mukami Kariuki, to come and give us her opening remarks, officially welcome us, and set the ball rolling for this report. I have hosted this event so many times, but at the end of it all, I love how everything comes down to meaning, right? So Mkami, you're very welcome, ma'am. Karibu. Can we give her some love as she comes?
Thank you, Solomon, and good morning, everybody. Good morning, Honorable. Honorable Minister of State for Trade, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, all distinguished guests here with us physically and online, colleagues from the World Bank, development partners, government officials, the media fraternity, private sector, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining us this morning for the launch of the 20th edition of the World Bank's flagship publication in the country. It's called the Uganda Economic Update, and we have been preparing this for about 8 years, so 2 editions a year, and we're on the 20th edition. So that actually works out to more like 10 years. And this update is taking place among other activities organized for this Trade Week. During the Trade Week, we have carried out several activities to support discussion and dialogue as we disseminate our recent knowledge products that focus on regional trade and integration. In doing so, we bring to the fore our core global knowledge, drawing on the bank's vast intellectual resources, our global experience, and geographical reach, covering 190 countries that are member states and members of the World Bank. The World Bank regularly produces analytical products in support of our core operations. I think you're more familiar with our loans and grants and credits, but these knowledge products are intended to inform government, funding agencies, civil society, and indeed the media, all of whom we hope will draw on the products to inform their own work. So getting back to the subject of today's gathering, the 20th World Bank Group Uganda Economic Update that we're launching today is part of a series that is now a regular event in Uganda. And it provides both an economic forecast for the country as well as a deep dive into a topical issue that's pertinent to the development agenda today. So the topic of this 20th edition of the update is regional trade, and we're very happy that alongside this event, there are other activities taking place this week hosted by the ministry, by the country, and with the East African community. Indeed, some of you may have participated in the ongoing 22nd East African Community MSMEs Trade Fair at Kololo under the theme, Buy East Africa to Build East Africa for Resilience and Sustainable Development. The World Bank is complementing these activities to emphasize just how important the subject of regional trade and integration is to Uganda's future growth. This 20th edition of the Uganda Economic Update comes during a time of numerous shocks. As the COVID pandemic has just started to wane, we have faced new challenges such as rising commodity prices and logistics costs, threatening the pace of recovery. Nonetheless, the economy remains resilient, and it grew at 4.7% in fiscal year 22, which is almost a percentage point higher than where the economy was envisaged to be just 6 months back when we released the 19th edition of the Economic Update. So as recovery continues, the economy's growth rate is forecast to rise above 5% in the current financial year of fiscal year 23, and upwards to 6% thereafter. So this is encouraging news. So to generate jobs, enough jobs for one of the fastest growing populations and one of the most youthful countries in the world, to accelerate growth in incomes and also to lift Uganda's population out of poverty, the economy will need to grow even more rapidly. Uganda has been at the forefront of regional integration efforts. It is a member of East African Community, the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, the African Union, of course, and the more recently established Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Regional trade under the East African Community and COMESA have been key to the success of Uganda's exports, and merchandise exports from Uganda, excluding small-scale cross-border trade to the East African Community, accounts for about 46.5% of officially recorded exports. So this is a big priority, I think, also for growth. So we note, however, that exports to the rest of the AfCFTA countries, Africa Continental Free Trade Area countries, remain the lowest in the region, underscoring the potential gains from greater intra-Africa trade under this Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. So a big opportunity to grow and to take those opportunities as we move forward. In this 20th edition of the Uganda Economic Update, the World Bank urges Uganda to intensify its efforts in regional trade, which offers a stepping stone to the international arena. By diversifying markets and products while mitigating the impact of external shocks and also lessening also allows us to add value to export commodities, going from the current 25% of Uganda's agricultural and food exports that are processed to obviously a much higher figure would be a priority, and leveraging the potential of agribusiness to promote inclusive growth. The Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement can enable African countries, such as Uganda, to participate more fully in these regional and value chains. This in turn enabling firms to unify their business environment, work across multiple countries, and also to present the opportunity to these companies to go to a much bigger scale in terms of what they can produce and export, and also finding opportunities to increase efficiency. The World Bank estimates that in Africa, incomes could rise by up to 450 billion US dollars, lifting 30 million people out of poverty as exports, especially intra-region, so that is within the Free Continental Trade Area, jump up by about 29% by 2035. And for Uganda in particular, exports could increase by over US dollars 2.5 billion in the same period, 2035 being that end of that period. But to participate more effectively, Uganda and her neighbors will need to overcome many of the hurdles that have long weakened the effectiveness of existing trade agreements. And this would require facilitation of better trade through tariff rationalization, improved logistics, more developed transport infrastructure, a reduction in non-tariff barriers, and avoiding trade barriers such as border closures that introduce perhaps additional disadvantage. The complexity of the regional trade agenda cannot be underestimated, given the many countries, institutions, processes, and mandates that must work together to form a system that is able to get this working efficiently. And so for further gains, reforms need to be deepened in the following areas. Firstly, strengthening unity within the East African community through active participation in the regional events and discussions and dialogue that take place. improving access to imported inputs to facilitate globally competitive production and participation in global value chains, reducing the time and cost of importing and exporting through targeted customs and trade facilitation reforms, both domestically and in collaboration with regional partners. And we note that some reforms have already started to improve the situation, such as the time to trade was reduced by implementing the single customs territory, as well as developing the Uganda single window and the centralized document processing center. Strengthening adherence to of Ugandan exporters and farmers to international standards is another priority. And providing sufficient opportunities for firms to certify their products is a related priority. Lastly, boosting agricultural productivity by promoting the uptake of modern technologies, as well as improving extension services and storage and handling for agricultural inputs and final products is another priority. And facilitating small-scale cross-border trade, for example, by distributing border residency cards to small traders and improving security at border crossings. And finally, creating an enabling environment to boost competitiveness of Ugandan products and especially lowering the cost of production. So allow me to take this opportunity to inform you of the current process of developing the World Bank Group's country partnership framework for the next 6 years. This will guide our engagement in the country, and it will also allow us to consult with you to see how we can be most effective in partnering on topics of interest to yourselves. So let me end here by thanking you again for coming to this event, for joining Trade Week and the events that have been hosted by the Ministry and various other partners, and overall for being supportive of the trade agenda. I look forward to fruitful and mind-boggling discussions today, and I thank you all for being here to contribute to those discussions. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause to the country manager for the World Bank, Mukami Kariuki. Thank you very much. I was listening very attentively to your remarks, and about 3 things caught my attention, one of which is standards. Again, today we're here to look at how do we as a country, and I'm sure the report is going to spell it out very well, how do we as a country prepare to tap into the benefits that come with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Mukami talked about standards, and I remembered in 2019, the EU banned our products on standards issues. So while we're all getting ready for this 1.3 billion people market on the continent, one of the things that really stands out that we need to work on as a country is standards. Standards, standards, standards. I am also I was captured by the issue of reducing the turnaround time of doing business and clearing all the custom issues. I think the ESC on that front has done well. Perhaps we can even do much better, but we have done absolutely well, especially with customs. So, and I'm glad that you are ASEA and all other partners. All right, let's get into the report, right? Let's put our hands together for for my very good friend Shashana. Shashana White is a senior economist with the World Bank. She's the team leader who has been working on this report. Shashana, come and break it down for us. Can we give her some love? Get a piece of paper and a pen. It's time to rumble. You're very welcome.
Thank you so much, Solomon, for that introduction, and thank you, Mukami, for your opening remarks. I'd like to welcome everyone this morning that is physically in the room and those of you joining us via streaming. And so welcome to the launch of the 20th edition of the Uganda Economic Update, where we are focusing on how Uganda can unlock the benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area and regional integration. Please allow me some time to thank the core team that worked on this report. I'd also want to thank the government of Uganda for their partnership with us on this. So I'd like to thank my manager, Vivek Suri, who provided guidance to how we should approach this report, as well as my lead economist, Philip Schuler, but also thanking the global trade team at the World Bank, and specifically Alexandra Stoganov, who wrote the part 2 of the report that focuses on trade, and Paul Brenton that provided much needed guidance on this. On the government side, I'd like to thank the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for partnering with us to launch the UEU, but also on the broader trade week this week, and also the Ministry of Finance, Planning, Economic and Development for giving us feedback on the earlier drafts of the report. So welcome, and as we go into the report, Uganda has been facing inflationary pressures which started in May 22 of this year. And as a result of that, the Bank of Uganda has been increasing their policy rate. So monetary policy has tightened over the past few months. In addition, reserves have fallen. So reserves are now at 3.6 billion or 3.5 months of import coverage. And this is as a result of increase in external debt service, but also there's a shortage of foreign exchange on the domestic market, so it's been difficult for them to procure foreign exchange, and this has intensified depreciation pressures. Also, we've seen in the past couple of months that non-concessional borrowing has increased, so this has been heightening liquidity pressures that we have flagged in the report as something to watch going forward. Uganda's income as a result of the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area is slated to increase by 3.3% by 2035, and there could be an additional 1.7% increase in this income if Uganda undertakes FDI reforms. So by FDI reforms, we're talking about competitiveness, intellectual property rights. And through state of application at the EAC level, but they would also need to simplify custom procedures and reduce red tapes, boosting agricultural productivity by using the uptake of modern technologies, as well as building international quality and standards of the products that they export. So the outline of the presentation, we'll first look at the state of the economy, so focusing on what's happening globally, and then move into the domestic economy. So we start by looking at how Uganda has recovered from the impact of COVID-19, look at the external account, and then look at what the outlook is for the economy. In part 2, we'll discuss the gains of expanding trade under the AfCFTA, what is the continental and regional trade integration, and then what challenges might prevent this from happening. After we've explored that, we'll then move to the future of trade policy in Uganda. So what does Uganda need to do to really maximize the benefits of the AfCFTA? So the global economy is slowing down, and this is due to multiple reasons. So in the January 2022 forecast, the World Bank in its global economic prospects had projected 2022 growth to be 4.1%, but this has since been revised downwards to 2.9%, and this is due to multiple factors. As you can see by the graph, their commodity prices have surged. Now, this started in 2021 due to supply constraints, but we've seen that this has been exacerbated in 2022 due to the war in Ukraine. So that is one of the driving factors that's caused a revision in our growth prospects. But also we've seen that global financial markets are tightening, In fact, the US Federal Reserve increased their policy rate by 375 basis points, and yesterday they increased that by a further 50 basis points to in the range of 4.25 to 4.4%. The European Central Bank has also increased rates, so they've increased rates by 200 basis points, and this is the first time in, I think, since the global economic in 2009. So quite a few factors here. There's also increased COVID-19 cases in China that has caused a lockdown, and so China's growth prospects have also been revised, and that is also contributing to the revision in global growth. So moving to the Uganda economy, Uganda's economy recovered in FY22. There was a broad-based recovery, so growth was 4.7%, and this was driven mainly due to the lifting of mobility restrictions in January of this year. There was, however, a lag in terms of when we saw this impact in the economy. So we saw this in Q4 of FY 2022, and services increased by 4.1% over the fiscal year, while industry grew by 5.4%, and agriculture remained stable relative to 2021. So looking at the inflation rates, so inflationary pressures have been increasing, and this has been driven mainly by food prices. So Uganda's inflation rate increased to 10.7% in October of this year, and I wanted to compare it to a few other African countries. So Kenya and Zambia, Uganda's inflation rate is more or less in line with those countries, but when we compare it to Ghana and Nigeria, it is below those countries, which are seeing inflation rates of 40.1% and 21.1% respectively. As a result of the increase in inflation that we've seen, food insecurity in Uganda is increasing. So we already were seeing some increase in food insecurity in 2021 due to the adverse impact of adverse weather, the impact of that on agricultural products. So 49% of Ugandans indicated that they were moderately food insecure. This later increased to 50% in June, July 2022, and it remains elevated at 48%. And what is cited as one of the issues is that they do not have access, or access to essential goods are constrained. So for example, during our phone survey, they indicated that they had a difficulty getting access to cooking oil, to sugar, to other essential food products. So this is what is driving food insecurity. Now, as a result of the increased inflation pressures, the Bank of Uganda increased the policy rate, and we saw that the short-term rates have also increased as well. So there is an increase in time deposit rates as well as 91-day treasury bill rates. Following that, there's also been an increase in lending rates, and that started to increase in June or July of this year. We're also seeing a slowdown in private sector credit growth, and this is as a result of the increase in the policy rate and therefore increase in lending rates as well. But also the bank removed liquidity assistance program, which expired in May 31st, 2022. But the credit relief scheme also expired in September of this year. So those are some of the issues that are contributing to the slowdown in private sector credit growth. We wanted to present what is happening using some high frequency data that shows really what has been happening more recently. And the Producer Managers Index shows that there's been an impact of the rise in interest rates on manufacturers. And what they've cited is that because input cost is increasing, they've had to slow down their manufacturing. And so that is what we're seeing reflected in this graph. And so input cost has increased, therefore production has declined. And there has been some recent increase, but it still remains below the average for 2021. The external flows for Uganda shows that there has been an improvement in the current account balance, and this is due to a resumption of travel for Uganda. So we've seen some improvement there, but it remains below the 2019 numbers. Imports also decline in the fiscal year, and this is due to the supply shocks that increase prices for imports, and so manufacturers or businesses in Uganda reduced their imports, and that is what we are seeing reflected in the data and what contributed to the overall improvements in the current account. Now, the current account was financed mainly from private inflows, mainly FDI inflows, as well as borrowing from the government. So borrowing in terms of project loans, but also some budget support. On the fiscal side, the government saw an improvement in the fiscal balance. So the fiscal balance narrowed to 7.4% of GDP in FY 2022 from 9.0% in FY 21. And this was as a result of the decision by the government of Uganda to reduce development spending. There was an improvement in revenue, but it still remained below the target that the government had set in the budget. So the deficit was financed by domestic as well as external borrowing. Looking at the outlook, Mukami mentioned that the outlook in our baseline for Uganda for FY 23 is 5.5%, and then we expect that to improve or to increase slightly to 6% by FY 24. And this will largely be driven by construction, so infrastructure construction to facilitate production of oil. So that is what is reflected here. There will be some adverse impacts based on the developments in the global economy, but we expect that those adverse impacts will be partially offset by what is happening domestically in terms of construction or infrastructure building. For inflation, we expect that should be 7.2%, so quite an increase compared to what we saw in FY 22, which it was 3.4%. But then we expect that to start slowing by FY 24. The current account might increase somewhat to 8.3% in FY 23, and this is because we've seen an increase in government imports, and then we expect that to decline in FY 24. FDI is also projected to increase, and with the government's commitment to fiscal consolidation, we expect an overall improvement in the fiscal balance. Now, just to mention our downside scenario where we assume that if the Ebola outbreak, there are more rising cases and there has to be a lockdown of Kampala, then we expect that growth will decline to 4.5% in FY 23 and then slightly increase to 5.5% by FY 24. So those are the numbers that we have for our outlook. And that wraps up our macro overlook. And so I'll now move on to part 2 of the report, which looks at how Uganda can unlock the benefits of the AfCFTA and regional integration. So income gains from the AfCFTA is estimated to be 7% for the entire continent, but Uganda specifically is expected to see an increase in income of 3.3% by 2035. Now, if Uganda, that's just from trade facilitation measures, non-tariff measures, as well as reducing tariffs. And if Uganda should undertake reforms to facilitate foreign direct investment, we should see an additional 1.7% increase in income, and that is shown by the graph here. So deep FDI reforms would lead to a 1.7% additional increase in income. So that would take the benefit for Uganda to roughly 6.2% if they fully implement the African Continental Free Trade Area. There would also be benefits to be had in terms of job creation. So estimates show that roughly 600,000 Ugandans enter the job market each year. And so creating jobs is an important priority for the government. And so the AfTA could potentially, if implemented fully, provide a 1.7% increase in jobs in agriculture. Also, we'll see an increase in agro-processing as well as other services. Fossil fuels, the employment in fossil fuels will decline as there will be a reallocation of employment from that sector to agriculture. There will be an increase in welfare gains, but the unskilled women will be the ones to benefit most from the implementation of the AfCFTA. Uganda's intra-EAC trade currently, it's highly concentrated and it's mostly focusing on Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, and DRC. So that's where Uganda exports most of its goods within the EAC. As you can see by the graph here, the AfCFTA exports or exports to other African countries is very low, and we can see that from 2012 onwards, that was been very low. So what the AfCFTA offers is an increase in destinations for Uganda's exports, and so implementing the measures or reforms needed could facilitate this and see a big increase in Uganda's exports to the rest of Africa. So the AfCFTA is expected to increase Uganda's exports. Also, it'll increase imports, but if it's implemented in 2035. So exports in FY 2019-20 was roughly 4.1 billion, and if the AfCFTA is implemented, then exports are expected to increase by roughly 2.5 billion by 2035, and we'll see an increase in exports mainly in manufacturing, chemicals, and textiles. There'd also be an increase in imports, and most of these imports will be input to the production process and consumer goods. So those are also expected to increase by 1.7 billion by 2035. So Uganda has a relatively large number of exporting firms, and these are mostly concentrated in non-agricultural exports. So what the AfCFTA offers in terms of its benefits to Ugandan exporters is that there will be increased competition that will therefore benefit them in terms of value chains to the exports that they currently have. They'll be able to increase import of consumer goods that they might use in their production process. So we expect to see a boost in exports here. And just to note that the survival rates among Ugandan firms are closely associated with firm size. So medium to large exporters tend to survive in the industry much longer compared to smaller firms. And some of the issues that are present there is the lack of competition as well. So increasing competition through the AfCFTA could foster Ugandan firms to produce more and improve their. Another important part of trade is small-scale cross-border trade, and this is important because it represents approximately 1/3 of registered and unregistered exports. In some years, it accounts for as much as 50% of Uganda's total exports, so that's registered and unregistered exports, to DRC, South Sudan, and Tanzania. And what is important to note is that a lot of small-scale cross-border traders are women who tend to do this sort of trade for their livelihoods. And so regularizing small-scale cross-border trader, bringing it in the fold for regular exports, could improve the livelihood of these women and improve security as well at the border. So then what are the challenges that are facing regional and continental integration? First is the trade facilitation and logistics. Now in the 2018 World Bank Logistics Performance Index, Uganda ranks 120 out of 160, and compared to its neighbors, Rwanda, that ranks 57, and Kenya, that ranks 68, there is still much improvement that needs to be done for Uganda. And one of the issues that was cited as to why they got this rating was a lack of infrastructure. Logistics was also cited as an issue, and then tracking and tracing of exports is also one issue that's causing trade facilitation and logistics to be hampered. So another challenge is inadequate infrastructure. So Uganda uses mostly roads to transport their exports as well as imports. So this can be very timely as well as very costly. So improving infrastructure could improve the time that it takes to export your goods, and this will greatly improve how much Uganda exports. There's also the issue of quality and standards. I believe Solomon mentioned that in 2019 the EU banned exports from Uganda. We've seen where Kenya has also done so for maize and dairy. And what was cited as a reason was low standards in the products. So we believe that if Uganda is able to improve the quality, so sanitary and phytosanitary regulations, then this would be a great boost for its exports as well. There's also to improve the depth and scope of regional and trade agreements. So working with, because Uganda is a landlocked country that really relies on Kenya and Tanzania to facilitate imports, this is important for them to normalize relationships or improve relationships with the leaders of these countries. Unilateral tariff deviations is also an issue. So Uganda, like other countries in the region, have attempted to protect the domestic market, and in some cases have imposed tariffs on some products. And so under the AfCFTA, there is a provision for them to reduce 97% of the tariffs by 2035. There is a 3% left for sensitive products, or those products that Uganda would deem to be sensitive. So the AfCFTA would therefore implement a reduction of tariffs for not just Uganda, but all the signatories of the agreements by 2030. Uganda to close literally stopped exports between the two countries, and we've seen some security challenges on the border of DRC and Uganda, and this is affecting small-scale cross-border traders. So given the challenges that I've just identified, the future of trade policy in Uganda would be centered around addressing these issues. So firstly, Uganda would need to reduce ad hoc tariff increases that it does via stays of application at the EAC level, as well as intra-EAC tariff barriers on sensitive agricultural products. They would need to strengthen dialogue with trading partners by partnering in regional forums and by working closely with the Secretariat of the East African Community and its various vehicles. And this is important, as was mentioned earlier, because of the transport issues and how much Uganda relies on Kenya, for example, and Tanzania to facilitate these. They'd also need to lower the burden of administrative compliance and simplify custom procedures. And so this implementation of the AfCFTA protocol, so this has been incorporated into the agreement that Uganda ratified. So they need to improve trade facilitation, and some of this has also been covered under the WTO trade facilitation agreement. Uganda would also need to boost agricultural productivity by promoting the uptake of modern technologies and extension services. Prepare producers, so communication is important. So having forums or producing communiques that tells producers what they would need to expect from the AfCFTA is very important in order to prepare them for what will happen once the enforcement of the AfCFTA is done. So that should have started in 2021, but due to COVID and other shocks, this has been delayed somewhat, but the government and other agencies would need to prepare the public for what is to come under this agreement. They would standards, so the issue has been cited, and so this is something that Uganda would need to improving the number of laboratories that they have, ensuring that there are persons that are able to go out and inspect, or making the process much easier would help in this regard. And finally, Uganda would need to complete negotiations of a series of protocols of the AfCFTA. So what we've been discussing this morning are mostly related to goods, but there's also provision for trade in services, all necessary domestic legislation, and build implementation and enforcement capacity. So I think one of the pending regulation is the competition policy, and so this is something that Uganda would need to push forward in terms of implementation. So thank you so much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion to follow.
Another round of applause to Sashana. Wow. Too much to take in, right? The numbers, the figures, the economics, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Don't worry, I got you, right? I got your back. By the time you leave, you should be able to have picked a thing or two. There's so many interesting things that came up, and we'll be discussing it with a panel. So allow me to introduce my panelists this morning. Can I invite Madam Jen Nalunga, Executive Director of CEM. Please come and take your seat. May I invite Dr. Elizabeth Kaseke, Assistant Director, Economic Research Department at the Central Bank. You're very welcome, Dr. Elizabeth Kaseke. Yeah. May I also invite Mr. Emmanuel Mutahunga, Commissioner External Trade at the Ministry of Trade. Mr. Emmanuel, thank you. And may I also invite Yasin Mayanja, Principal Economist at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Karibu. Before we can start the panel discussion, I want to invite our chief guest this morning, the Honorable Harriet Ntabazi, Minister for State for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to come and give her opening remarks. Karibu tena. Do you want to pass there? Oh, this is okay. Jump there. I got you.
Wow, thank you. Yes. Thank you so much, my little brother, and one of the best speakers of this nation that we cherish. And I appreciate you because you've talked business right from the time you moved away from news reading. You turned into a businessman, and you are our spokesperson everywhere, on online and everywhere. We appreciate you as Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, and as the country of Uganda. Today is a special day for me, and I want to thank God that this day has come, that we are going to launch one of the best books that Uganda has ever yearned for. My name is Harriet Ntabazi, the State Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, but in charge of trade of this nation. Our visitors today, our guests, the World Bank manager, who is with us here, Ms. Mukami, my sister, and your team. Our team from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, who are here as part of the organizers of this event. Our visitors from departments and other ministries, the media, our friends, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists who are here. Allow me to express my gratitude for your turning up, because it isn't easy. It is a season where everybody is running up and down looking for what to survive on and the festival. So your coming is never taken for granted, because this time that you've taken here is counted, and the country will always benefit from it. Thank you so much. And we also want to thank you for choosing the right theme. We sat and chose the right theme for this paper today, which is unlocking the benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the regional integration. And this is the core part, what we want to achieve. Now, this theme is very topical because given that one of the anchors of pillars of NRM manifesto is regional integration. So the NRM government looks at the regional integration as one of the ways it can boost and move the country forward. So we are online with the manifesto, we are moving forward, and our objective of this launch of this book is to achieve what the manifesto also intended to achieve. And in achieving the regional integration, Uganda has done a lot. As components of regional integration, we have come up with the East African Community, which is now has been expanded from the 3 countries that we thought about, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. We've added Burundi and Rwanda, and now we are talking about South Sudan and our baby Congo, a huge market of more than 300 million people. So this is a great negotiator, it's a great market if we agreed that we jointly work together, because we have already agreed. If we concretized and if we strengthened the integration and deepened the working relationships, because of the little things that we are solving, this integration is likely in 3-4 years to grow huge and bigger. And our negotiations, our arm of negotiation as Africa will grow bigger in the WTO and other areas where we are negotiating. And I want to assure you that we are also in this integration has also moved forward in collaboration with the COMESA, the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, and then the SADC. We are talking one language now. I was co-chairing the WTO, and I was speaking Africa. I forgot that I came from Uganda. I turned into an African. So when you are talking one language, when you're negotiating together, when you have common interests, the issues of a single country goes off. Now you start negotiating one language. Now in the African Continental Free Trade Area market, we are talking one language. And we have agreed almost as East Africa to negotiate one standard that we are going to develop. And we have already developed it. It has started working. If a product has undergone verification with our UNBS in Uganda, it doesn't need to go under verification again in Kenya. It doesn't need to go under certification in Sudan, because we are all talking one language. So we have moved trade to another level that has never been before. We are moving, because the issues that we've suffered as Uganda are almost the same issues that other African countries have suffered in other markets. The European market, the US market, AGOA, and all those markets that we've negotiated. So we've come up with one voice, that we develop one standard that we are going to put forward to achieve what we want. And I'm happy we are working closely with other ministries and agencies to make sure, because it is an interministerial approach. We have Minister of Agriculture, major of our products which we are taking out agriculture in nature, which we add value on, industrialization, fine, but we have Minister of Privatization and Investment, which we are working with. We are working with many ministries to make sure that we speak and bring out something that is concrete to move our country forward. I'm happy for World Bank for holding our hand high, because we need somebody to hold us high. Like you've held other people high, congratulations, World Bank. Now at this point, let me highlight some of the key milestones that we have achieved in the process. For example, since we established and agreed to join the African Continental Free Trade Area. In January 2012, ordinary sessions of the Assembly of the African Union organized the importance of promoting intra-Africa trade as a fundamental factor for sustainable economic development, employment generation, and effective integration of Africa into the global economy. This one has been done, and in this regard, the summit adopted a very important decision. And this decision was on boosting intra-African trade and fast-tracking the Continental Free Trade Area, in which the African heads of states and government endorsed the framework, and which you already know about, and the roadmap that we are going to follow, and then the architecture of the fast-tracking of the establishment of the African Free Continental Area. These ones are already in place. And the action plan of boosting the intra-African trade, which has already been in place. Thus, in June 2015, negotiations to establish the African Continental Free Trade Area were launched. So this one, after putting all these in place, now the launch took place. So it wasn't a one-day's thinking. It was a package of a lot of issues. Now, in March 2018, following the 10 negotiating roundtable, the 44 of the 55 African Union member states signed the agreement of establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area and its protocols on trade in goods and services. And disputes settlement procedures were also put in place. And some of these disputes, of course, you're already aware, the Customs Corporation, which is still under negotiation, and the trade facilitation, which is also under negotiation, and this was one of the key issues in the WTO, and the sanitary and the phytosanitary measures. Some of these issues are vital. Then the rule of origin, the rules of origin. We need to agree on one stand that we go with. And Uganda was among these countries. So we have moved a long way, and we are doing very well. As of now, out of the 55 countries, the member states, 54 countries have signed the agreement, and 44 states, parties, are witnesses to these negotiations. So we are so happy that we are moving very well, and we are part of a bigger negotiation. We are part of the bigger picture that we can stand up and push something forward. Recently, we hosted the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and we had things to agree on as Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and the little that they wanted to consult with us, we have already presented to him. So we are online. Now the core objective of this African Continental Free Trade Area, I know you are aware, but the major one is to create a single market. To create a single market for goods and services facilitated by the movement of persons in order to deepen the economic integration of African continent. And in accordance with the Pan-African vision, of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa enshrined in the Agenda 2063. So we have the agenda that we are following that is guiding us, the Bible that is guiding us to achieve what we want in the African Continental Free Trade Area. And the state parties under the African Continental Free Trade Area agreements have also agreed to progressively eliminate the non-tariff barriers that have been holding us. And this one has also been started, of course, our presidents in the East African community have ordered, they have not even requested, they have ordered that these tariff barriers in East Africa, to begin with, because you begin with your own family, to begin with, Uganda must remove the trade barriers that we have with our colleagues. Now the East African community's presidents, heads of states, have also agreed that all these non-tariff barriers move away. We build bridges instead of building barriers, because we are one. And what will kill the other will also kill the other ones. So we need to talk one language. Since we are one. And the progressive liberalized trade in services has also been, is also under negotiation. The corporate on trade facilitation, customs matters, investment, trade-related aspects, integration of intellectual property. Also, these rights must be recognized, and the competition policy, which is underway. Now, the following online tools have also already been finalized to facilitate the operationalization of the agreement. Now, the non-tariff barriers reporting, monitoring, and the elimination mechanism is already been set, and we are already strategizing to start its implementation. The African Trade Observatory dashboard, that one has also been developed. And the password protected online portal for tariff offers has also been put in place. The Pan-African Digital Payment and Settlement Platform, and the mobile-based application for business. However, negotiations among the 54 signatory countries to this agreement still continue in order to finalize the market access offers and the tariff exchanges. These ones are still being negotiated by the 54 countries. And of course, the exchange services, exchange of services schedule is also being negotiated. And the rules of origin, as I told you, and the phase 2 issues such as the trade related aspects of the intellectual property rights, as I've already alluded to, and the competition policies and the protocols of women in trade. Because you know very well that a big percentage of traders now and in the micro, medium, and small enterprises are women. And of course, they have also entered the medium and large industry. Women are not a joking subject. Women are moving forward. And in Uganda here, women are holding the mantle. That's why we have the women in leadership. We have the women in vice president seat, the prime minister seat, the speaker's seat. The core ministries of this government are women. The energy, education, health, and now standing trade. Speaking to you. Yes, I have to recognize myself as a key pillar and stakeholder and a game changer of Uganda. The ball is in the ladies' hands, and we must make sure we do what we are charged to do to make sure Uganda shines in the next 5 years. We must do that. Now, having a woman in the World Bank makes it even more worse. Something must be done. Now, I have an opportunity to read through I had an opportunity to read through the report that the book that we are going to launch today. the Uganda Economic Update 20th edition. And I'm happy that the World Bank analysis finds that, among others, the African Continental Free Trade Area offers an opportunity for Uganda to deepen its access to original markets and exploit the growth potential of the region. It's very, very key, very, very important. And you have also gone ahead to expanding the regional and continental trade, which offers significant benefits for Uganda, including potential economies of scale and new export opportunities, access to higher levels of the value chain, and forums to improve trade facilitation. You've pointed out key issues that have shaped and they are going to shape our trade. And for us, we are so happy and excited. And the African Continental Trade Area is expected to boost aggregate income in Uganda by 3.3%. It's very key. These percentages, as you said, my brother, you have to learn them because they are the ones that shape our talking points when we are negotiating with other countries. Now, this is a big boost if we concentrate. And when trade gains are complemented by expanding investment, the African Continental Free Trade Area can further boost growth and wealth creation, and in fact, incorporating and increasing in FDI flows, which raises the projection income gains from the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation from 0.8 to 1.9. This will be by 2035. The projection is very, very correct, and we may even go further. We are expecting this, but we may even go further. Now, in Uganda, the estimated gains from the additional investment are 1.7%. And the estimated flow of the FDI in Uganda could also increase by US dollars 9.3 billion, which is a 100% increase over in 2017, which was the baseline. Now, the other one is that the report has also identified that in Uganda, the jobs created by the African Continental Free Trade Area will be concentrated, concentrated in agriculture, which is the core of the job creation, agribusinesses, which have also been identified, and to a lesser extent in other services sectors, while wages will increase across the labor force. This was a very good point brought out. And employment in the agriculture sector is expected to also increase by 1.7%, which is a big boost, while employment in agro-processing is expected to increase by 0.2%. We are still struggling to boost the small manufacturers to come up with value addition equipments and all that, so that now we can talk that bigger language. And I'm happy that our members of parliament are here and are ready to hold our hands, because the parliament of Uganda, without the parliament of Uganda, there is nowhere we can move. And being the appropriation and the arm that is mandated with appropriation and all that, it's the only eye that we have to boost, make sure this boost is achieved. And I'm happy to see our colleagues and members from the My Committee, which supervises Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives here. Now, the African Continental Free Trade Area is also expected to establish an increase in Uganda's exports. Very important. The report has identified this, and by the time it is fully implemented in 2035, our exports would have gone a boost, and this is very important. Now, with the total exports exceeding their pre-pandemic, because we underwent the pandemic, Now the pre-pandemic value was at US dollars 4.15 billion in financial year 2020, and by as much as possible, US dollars 2.55 billion in financial year 2035 would have been projected and would have reached. Now Uganda could also benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Area through other channels, including gains in employment, wages, poverty eradication, and economic output will also be achieved. The other thing that I read from the report is that Ugandan businesses will be able to access a wider range of productivity inputs from abroad, and households will have a greater access to food and agricultural products as the population grows. And this is the truth, because Uganda is moving forward. We are even identifying more products. Our national researchers are identifying more products that can yield more in terms of agriculture, and the seeds that have also been developed are also high-yield seeds that will bring us our agriculture to another level. Now, export growth is expected also to be concentrated in the manufacturing sector and the chemicals and textile sector, while import growth will likely focus on agriculture and agro-processing. This is something that we are trying our level best to change, to make sure that the manufacture, the textile, and all that these industries move forward. But we still have limitations. That's why agriculture still sounds bigger and sounds higher, because agriculture, anyway, Uganda is agriculture based, almost looking at the percentages. Now, Uganda's exports in manufactured goods could increase also by US dollars 1.45 billion, while exports of chemicals, rubber, and plastic products could rise by US dollars 396 million. This is a good projection also. And this report also projected changes in exports and imports, which will be driven by the relative intensity of labor and the reduction in trade costs under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The report that we are going to launch today is so perfect, and it is touching the local person. It's directly touching the ground where we want our journey to go. And the report, however, cautions that non-tariff barriers continue to limit trade. It has also identified it, which is our fight now as East African Community, as COMESA, as all those markets you talk about. It is our prayer that we totally remove these tariff barriers. Though others are benefiting from them, we should balance between the benefit of few and the benefit of many. We should look at what our countries want to achieve at the end of it all, because this will include the discriminatory use of technical regulations, non-harmonized sanitary and phytosanitary requirements, which are being a limit, and a complexity of rules of origin, which we are still looking at. Now, the report also looks at security challenges in the region, which have also constrained regional integration. And we also, this kind of analysis could not have come at a better time than now, because this is the right time. Now, just last month, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives launched another book, the Diagnostic Trade Integration Study, which is already being implemented now. The implementation has started, and we are currently finalizing the National African Free Continental Free Trade Area Strategy, which is in the final stages with the national validation schedule for 19th December 2022. Now, the DTIS that I've told you about and the National African Continental Free Trade Area Implementation Strategy, together with the Uganda Economic Update now that we are going to launch, as well as the other 2 documents by the World Bank that we are launching today, are going to be a key milestone when combined together for us to move the right direction. I want to assure you of our ministry's commitment. The Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives is committed to working together with our development partners, with our private sector, with our other arms of government, the Parliament of Uganda, to make sure that we move as a team, because these projects, as you heard them, the lot of economics that is in doesn't need one brain. It needs a combined effort, and it needs a strength. We thank the World Bank for picking up and coming to hold us high. And I want to appreciate that the commitment you have shown will not go unappreciated. And Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives is going to come out of wherever it has been to move at the same level with you people. And want to commit that Uganda will harness from the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is a guide that we have we are all now looking at. And with the competition that we are with other countries, the speed that they are moving at, Uganda is also going to follow. And we shall follow suit and make sure that the strategy, the national strategy that we the Uganda Economic Update that we are launching today, together with the national strategy, African Continental Strategy, which we are of implementation, which we are having, and the DTIS will formulate, will move us through this journey and improve through improved logistics, infrastructure, and addressing the non-tariff barriers by the teams that I've mentioned. And let me conclude. As I conclude, I once again thank the organizers, my team from Ministry of Trade, and our colleagues from World Bank, and all the organizers of this wonderful event. And I want to pray that let us continue developing Uganda further and make it a better way, a better place to live, and a better future as we build our future, of course, as the motto says, for the generations to come and the generations to follow. Because we are deliberating now, not for ourselves, but we are looking at the generation that is following us and the generations that will follow as we exit. As a strong foundation is already well laid, and we should build it all together. For God and my country, and I want to thank you so much for listening to me and attentively. I want to call upon you to all of us embrace this study that we are going to launch today. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And amen. For God and my country. Let me pick my things and then you hold.
The Honorable Harriet Ntabazi, ladies and gentlemen, Minister of State for Trade. Can we give her another round of applause? While listening to you, I am filled with both optimism and I'm both optimistic and pessimistic a bit. But that's just me. Today we're going to be having a panel. Allow me to take my seat, but maybe we can remove this. As told, you were not able to see him very well, so we can just remove this. Allow me to take my seat, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Sound check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Great. Just up my mic a bit. Thanks. Okay, are we having fun? Hey, come on, guys. Give me some love. Are we having fun? Yeah, just taking you back to the economics class, okay? All right, we're going to break it down. So, we're going to break this conversation into 4 bits. One, we'll look at the fiscal side of it and what it has to do to support our preparedness to take part and benefit from the Africa Continental Free Trade area. 2, we'll talk about the monetary side. And then 3, we'll get into the trade. And then 4, we'll get into the context and analysis. And I think I can start on the monetary side. I think I can start with you, Dr. Elizabeth, from the World Bank. Dr. Elizabeth Kasekenda, Assistant Director, Economic Research. Sorry, from the Bank of Uganda. Oh, the bank. The bank from the, from the Bank of Uganda. Okay, Elizabeth, let me just bring it home here. Certainly, the economy has really been struggling. COVID-19 hit us so bad. Perhaps before you can get into the continental free trade area and the opportunities that come with it, we have to deal with something which is right in front of us, and that's a fragile economy. Inflation went into double digit, and not only Uganda, I mean globally, the central banks around the world had to come in with different monetary and fiscal measures to balance things out. And one of the strategies that the central bank did was to increase the CBR to about, what, 10%? And we've just heard from the report that public sector credit reduced. And that affected the rate at which the people who are investing in agribusiness and agriculture and into real estate and whatever, the cost of money became very expensive. So the commercial banks were giving money at a higher interest rate. And while we're still dealing with that, we have the global winds of another economic shock, the war in Ukraine. Basically, everything is not just good. So I want to hear from the central bank, how are you dealing with this? Are you going to relook at some of the monetary interventions that the bank came up with? And how do you get us back on our feet? Because we're looking at you and, of course, the Ministry of Finance to get the economy back on its feet so that we can get ready and be more prepared in terms of taking advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Let me start with you, Dr. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Solomon, for that. And as right... Thank you, Solomon, for that. And I would like to disagree with you in the sense that everything is not looking as bad as you make it seem. If you think about where we came from during the COVID time, you notice that we had issues to do with all economies being, affected by COVID, and therefore growth. Growth actually reduced in Uganda to about 3.5%. And now you've seen from the report that it has peaked to 4.7%, between 5 and 5.3%. So on the issue of to reduce, if you look at the numbers that came through, inflation has started to reduce. Even in Uganda, the latest numbers show that the policies we've taken to raise the CBR, we are seeing that coming to pass through now. With inflation, we're hoping that it should go back to the 5% target by end of 2023. But at what cost, Solomon? And that is what you're interested in. We have to be able to balance between keeping inflation low, okay, at the same time ensuring that growth is sustainable. So we look at all that, and indeed, we had to raise the interest rates, and obviously, we note that businesses have suffered as a result of that. But then again, when you look at the cost-benefit analysis, this is a short-term effect on growth. We expect it to be a bigger benefit in the long run. let us increase interest rates right now, be able to curb inflation. During the report, you notice that some other countries, still under the same inflation targeting, have inflation of about 40%. Okay? Uganda has had inflation go to about 10.6% for headline. So basically, I think the bank is taking the right policies. Again, it is in the short term, it is a cost to growth temporarily, so that then we can, in the long term, it will be more beneficial than letting inflation skyrocket. So now, the other question you asked about globally, what's happening? Of course, with the Ukraine war, we saw oil prices go up, okay? But now they've started to come down. We've seen governments, central banks are increasing their interest rates. That has an implication on our exchange rate. We also see an increase in interest rates obviously affects global growth. Now, when global growth is affected, what impact does that do to Uganda? The good news is, yes, growth is likely to be affected, but not as much as it was during the COVID period. Why am I saying this? Uganda, basically, most of our exports are to COMESA. That is 53% of our exports are in the COMESA region. So if we can harness that, given that there is no lockdown, we can be able to cushion ourselves against the bad news from the advanced economies. So it is not all gloom and doom. There is light at the end of the tunnel. So to answer your question, I think the bank is taking the right policies, the government is taking the right policies, and there is hope. Thank you, Solomon.
Elizabeth, are there alternatives?
Central Bank, I don't know if you've heard of the Agricultural Credit Facility. The government of Uganda has what they call the Agricultural Credit Facility Scheme. Okay? Basically, that scheme, Bank of Uganda manages it on behalf of government. For small, like farmers who want to go into promoting commercialization of agriculture, and they can be able to get loans at a much lower rate, okay, so that then that can boost their businesses. We also have the Small Business Recovery Fund, okay, that is recent. It came up during the COVID time, and this is for businesses that have been affected during the COVID and also any other financial crisis. Again, Bank of Uganda manages this on behalf of the government of Uganda. So perhaps maybe if people haven't heard about these schemes, maybe what we need to do is to enhance awareness of such schemes where small organizations can go and be able to get money at a lower rate.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many of us know about the agriculture scheme from the central bank in this room? Okay.
A few.
A few. So I think that we need to do something about it. I mean, you know, I think the central bank needs to tell people, hey guys, you can come and get money at a very low interest rate. Let's go to the fiscal side. Excuse me. Yasin, let's talk about, for us to, one of the recommendations from the World Bank is that there must be deliberate investment in infrastructure to support our preparedness to benefit from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. But before we can get to that, let's look at the fiscal side. Our debt to GDP is about what, 50? Did we cross the red line? And we are also internally borrowing heavily. I think the first quarter we had about what, 8 trillion from the domestic market. And we had the Minister of Finance asking, if you have money, come and apply. You're borrowing from the same market. The central bank is increasing interest rates. And we expect farmers and people who are investing into the economy to actually shock absorb all that and get better organized and prepared and invest inside. How are we standing as a country? And what are those deliberate structural frameworks that we need to invest in to support us as we get ready to harness from the benefits of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area? Yasin.
Thank you very much, Solomon. I'm a big fan of the work you do on investigative journalism. Keep it up. I'd like to thank the World Bank for the knowledge products that they churn out, quite important, and help us as the policy side to see what is most important to Ugandans and how we can integrate this into our policy making. On the fiscal side, we're not doing too badly, despite what most Ugandans think. Our debt, although it was at end June 2022, we are still doing fairly well compared to many of our peer countries in the region. So we are managing. It's been a very difficult period, obviously, with the COVID pandemic, which, of course, hit our revenues quite significantly and led to significant shortfalls. But we saw a major recovery in revenue performance last year. And revenue is one of the most sustainable ways of financing the budget and the infrastructure that you speak of. So we are trying our best to enhance the performance in that area. We have a domestic revenue mobilization strategy, which aims to increase the tax to GDP ratio every year by about 0.5 percentage points. So that is a key area. The URA is looking into ways of harnessing technology to improve taxation in an increasingly digitalized world, which we think is a major milestone going forward, and we are seeing major improvements this year. Our half-year target is expected to be met. Of course, the half-year of the financial year is in a couple of weeks at the end of December. So that is a major avenue that we are using in financing infrastructure and generally financing the budget. But also, if I may, coordination and having a good relationship with our international partners, the World Bank, the IMF, the African Development Fund. These people are actually providing fairly cheap financing to the budget to actually help us navigate these difficult times. We have an agreement with the IMF, an ECF program, that's extended credit facility, where they will provide about $1 billion of concessional money to us over the next 3 years. The World Bank has supported us quite significantly before and during and after the pandemic in areas of health, education, urban development, and many others. So we are looking really, really into that. You spoke about domestic borrowing. This year, because of the difficulty in the monetary conditions, we are trying to scale back a little bit. But going forward, we have some reforms in that area to ensure that we widen the domestic markets, we attract more foreign investors in that area. But also, we provide an avenue for Ugandans to actually start saving. I can tell you that we are thinking about, actually not just thinking about, but we are at advanced stages of coming up with a program where Ugandans can invest in government securities on their funds. Many Ugandans, I don't know if you're one of them, Solomon, practice sports betting on their funds in real time. So if they can bet on the phone, why can't they invest in government securities on that same phone and earn a good return while at the same time helping to promote the development of their country? So these are some of the things we're thinking about. Thank you.
And in terms of investment, because I think the Ministry of Finance, I'm happy to hear that URA is on its way to achieve its target for this quarter, right? Am I right? Yeah, the central bank has said revenue collection has increased, but it is still below the target that had been set. I clearly understand because businesses are struggling. You can't tax someone who is on his deathbed. You need to be very careful with them so that you don't tax them to death anyway. So it's interesting. But let's look at the areas of investment to support growth. This report recommends strongly that there must be deliberate efforts from the state, from government, to do strategic investments in key priority areas that are supposed to, accelerate the preparedness of the country to tap into the opportunities. What are those areas that you think we can look at, especially for maybe perhaps the next financial year?
Thank you, Solomon. We are in complete agreement with that particular recommendation. Currently, the major drive of government is to, of course, open up transport links by investing in transport infrastructure, which, of course, will then help to enhance trade.
What happened to the standard gauge railway? I don't know if you're the one to answer this, though. I mean, because it's something that we were all excited about, and we had conversations every year. We're going to be doing this. It's going to help transport our products. Kenya did its part, and then everything else just went quiet. Sorry if I'm really pushing you.
No. That's all right, Solomon. So the standard gauge railway is still very much on the cards. You say Kenya did its part, but of course the Kenyan SGR has not yet reached the Ugandan border, so that sort of affects the viability of the Ugandan SGR if the Kenyan SGR has not reached Malaba or Busia. So we are in negotiations with our Kenyan counterparts to try and see if this SGR can be brought to the border. That will help us to also make our own SGR viable. We have had discussions.
But they started, right?
Yeah,
they started on their beat. Where are you? I mean, because if you're into negotiations in an agreement that you all agreed as a community to facilitate trade, and I have done maybe half of my beat, but you've done nothing, you have a weaker negotiation power, right? And we are talking about investment in key strategic areas. Yasin?
Yeah, of course. We need them to get the SGR to the border. Currently, it's around Nairobi. We're having discussions. Maybe they can take it to Kisumu. Then we can use the sea or the lake to actually transport from Port Bell to Kisumu or from Bokassa to Kisumu. So we're having discussions, but we're also having discussions on financing. It's a very expensive project, as you probably know, about an estimate from Malaba to Kampala of about $2.2 billion. So that would be by far the most expensive project we have undertaken. But we do recognize the importance of railway transport. We're actually rehabilitating the meter gauge, the old railway, to foster links to Kampala from the ongoing, and that is what we are starting with for now as we wait for the SGR, but we do recognize the importance of that. The President has talked about railways quite frequently, and negotiations are ongoing. I want you to be very, very optimistic on that.
I don't know. But I'll try to believe you. When you came to that point of, we are rehabilitating the gauge, he looked away. I was like, really? So, Emma, before we can talk about the Africa, all excited about the East African community, removing of non-tariff barriers and everything. Before we know it, Kenya is actually closing its border to our milk and our eggs. The people who are in the poultry market really struggled at that time.
Meaning you don't go back home, or that you don't press a call during the day to say, how are you today? It's normal, and it's part of how relationships evolve. When you talk to people who have been in that relationship for 20, 30, 40 years, they tell you in our area days it used to happen, it no longer happens now. Now let me bring that to the East African community. We all know when it started or when it was restarted. We know that essentially we are still a young community. We have been having new members coming on board. And naturally, you expect that teething problems such as those are going to be coming up once in a while. Now, the most important thing is there a framework for resolving them? And the answer is yes. We have the most important instruments for integration within the East African community in place, and they have been working fundamentally very well. If you look at the figures of our trade within the region in 2005 when we started the customs union, and now, you actually see the difference. The figures tell a very big story. Where you're exporting $9 million, you are now doing 300 million, and things of the sort. The bits of problems here and there notwithstanding. Now, as these problems come up, like the ones you just raised, the non-tariff barriers, you get to know that, look, these are the challenges that lie ahead of us, and therefore this is what we need to do to clear them. At the start of the customs union, when we did the customs union protocol, we put in place a provision stopping and eliminating and stopping imposition of new non-tariff barriers or measures of equivalent effect. When we realized that was not working as it was, we did some enabling legislation at the community, the NTB Elimination Act. And of course, it has had some very fundamental impact. We also put in place the non-tariff barriers monitoring at national level, but also at regional level. Each country has a national monitoring committee, NMC, and then we have the regional monitoring committee. Now, there are so many NTBs that have come up which have been resolved. Unfortunately, it is only those that remain outstanding that get reported. I know the work you do, and I would want to empower you to also look at those which have been eliminated so that we see how positive have appeared to be persistent. At least there has been a way of either reducing them or eliminating them, or you actually find that indeed it appears an NTB, but the country has a joining concern. There is a difference in interpretation of the provisions of the instruments of the customs union. Therefore, when that is found out, what happens? You get back to the institutional mechanism that has been created and sort these things out. Now, it doesn't mean that you should, for example, sell products that are not safe for human consumption. You don't want me to give you pineapples that are going to cause you stomach upsets, just because
that there are all these monitoring committees in the different countries. But Jen, let me come to you. You can, and we can mute that. So many interesting things come to play here, including, I had Shoshana talk about it, and it got me thinking that, you know, our exports are going to grow by about $2.5 billion by 2035. Our trade is going to grow by about 3.3. We're looking at this market of about 3.4 trillion market worth. But also it comes with very interesting conditions of unilateral tariff deviation. About 97% tariff deviation by 2035. That is tough, eh? Saying that I sell coffee and I'll have to, of course there are negotiations that on your primary commodity, you just can't bring it to about 97%. But are these things possible? And can the exporters accept some of the terms? Because you're negotiating at that level, right? You're negotiating at policy level, and you know, you were in different countries, you're in Ghana, you're having high-level conversations, but it comes down to the exporter, who you will have to convince that, boss, we're going to put this to about 97%, and you're going to export your products at 97% less. Jen, is it really possible?
Okay, thank you so much, Solomon, for those questions. Let me also take this opportunity to thank World Bank for this report, but mainly also to put the trade agenda on the agenda of our economic recovery. And for me, I believe if we put our house in order, we can be able to use trade to make those graphs better. So I'm happy that today we are really talking about trade and talking about the CFTA. Someone, what you are talking about basically broadly is about how we can be able to translate what's in the agreement and practically be able to use it to be able to trade, whether it's coffee, whether it's milk, whether it's anything. You know, the whole issue is how do we use what's in the agreement practically to be able to increase our exports, our production, our industrialization. And I will come specifically to the issue you have raised. But I think we need to look at it broadly. How do we benefit from these agreements? And when I talk about these agreements, because the CFTA, for me personally, I'm not sure why we are talking so much about the CFTA, yet the CFTA is a build-up from the domestic trade, from the ESC trade, from the tripartite trade, and then to tripartite is ESC, Commerce, and SADC, because we also have that arrangement. Then we go into the CFTA. In fact, when you look at that lineup, that means we're already trading with COMESA, we have a relationship with SADC, we are just adding on CEMAC, we are just adding on ECOWAS, and that's the CFTA. So when we are looking at how to benefit from trade agreements, let us look at all those market agreements we have signed and why we are not really benefiting a lot from that. And I think the report has also brought out a number of challenges, but it has also brought out a number of solutions, the way forward. And I just wanted to add on to that, that one of the challenges facing our negotiations is the fact that we need to be on the table, especially for the value chain actors, the private sector. And for me, I think that's where you start looking at your benefits, your potential benefits, and be able to negotiate them, you know, be able to say, I don't want that. Because you see, maybe to go back on the issue of trade negotiations, an agreement gives you market access. And that's why we are saying we have continental free trade area, the market is there, so many people, it's a potential. But it's about putting in place actions that can enable you to enter those markets and sustain your presence in those markets. That if we are to export our fish to the EU market, we are exporting it and we enter the market and we remain in that market. And when you look at what's happening, the history of our trade has been rejection. You know, some products are rejected, we're imposing self-bans, and for me, I think we need to address those issues. There are issues I have talked about being on the table. The private sector and the value chain actors need to be on that table in all these negotiations, because they have to determine what do I want and what should I protect, you know, because trade negotiation is about offensive and defensive interests, and those are for the private sector to be able to determine that. And we usually, for us, say if you are not on the table, you're on the menu, you know, so you have to be on that table. And after that, we need research. You know, for example, like now, that agreement it's halfway. Trading under the CFTA has started, despite the fact that there are still ongoing negotiations, as the minister pointed out, the protocols and all that. But where the negotiations are done, people need information. We need to do research. Let me give you an example, Solomon. I hear people saying there is a market, we have a market in Algeria for milk. Have we done research to be able to see the quantity, the quality? Because trade is about a market, a specific market, and a specific product in terms of SPS measures, in terms of maybe packaging, and we need to work on that. And those are sometimes what they call product agreements. That if we are to go to Algeria, let us do research. And sometimes you can find that they might want milk, but maybe we can't. It isn't feasible. We can't maybe compete with the milk which they are importing from EU, the powdered milk. And you say, you know what? You want our milk, but the infrastructure, the roads, you know, we can't. Let us look for another market. So we need to move to that level. And that goes to the question you were saying. You know, the issue is not just saying we have milk. We have a lot of it. Those people want milk. What kind of milk do they want? Powdered, skimmed, full cream, you know, all that. We really need to look at it. But the issue which Emmanuel has raised, the issue of regional value chains are very, very critical. Yesterday we were in a meeting and the minister was saying we want to add value to do starch. How have we treated starch in our tariff liberalization? And when we do starch, what value chain are we looking at? But all that is going to require research, is going to require resources in the focal ministry. I don't want to hold a brief for the Ministry of Trade, but when you look at the budget to the Ministry of Trade, in fact, when I look at the challenges facing us, the SPS regulations and all that, what I say, how is the ministry going to do this? When their budget, the budget to agro-industrialization, where Minister of Agriculture is MAIF, empty, Trade Industrial Cooperative, they gave them 1.4 trillion. 1.4 trillion. And we tell them, you know, you have to negotiate, you have to do this, you have to do that. So for me, I think at the end of that day, if we are to benefit from the CFTA, to benefit from all those markets out there, we need to empower the focal ministries. Ministry of Trade has to coordinate, for example, production, and it was there. We increase production. How do we increase agricultural production when sometimes some districts don't have district commercial officers, some districts don't have extension workers, yet standards begin from production. So the Ministry of Trade has to be there at the level of production.
I can't agree more with you. You know, Emma was telling us about standards, and indeed it has been highlighted in the report. Standards, standards, standards. So what is really the problem with us, and where does it start from? I think that's the research component you're saying. Is it that we still get our maize and dry it, just pour it on the ground? Is it, you know, what is really that problem that we have failed to sort, and who is responsible? But it's time for you to have a say. If you have a contribution, a question to my panel, you can raise your hand. There is someone who is going to be moving the microphone around. I think, Esther, you can help. You can raise your hand and make your contribution in 1 minute, and then we can continue. There are two ladies here. There's a lady at the front, and then we have a lady at the back. So let's start with the lady at the front. Thank you. Can you introduce yourself and then you give your comment and review.
Dr. Julian Adjero Mara, CEO and founder, Delight Uganda Limited, chairperson, Noya Fruitgrass Cooperative Society. To me, we know it all. She has stated it all, what we need to do. Our challenges, we must do, and we have to work together. I'm a mango farmer. At least I have 1,700 acres of land. I have a farm institute, and I'm working with the community. Majority are women. The challenge is we talk about standards, but we don't look at how do we train those informal sectors, those who are in production, from the time of planning, how to produce and meet the standards, the right agrochemicals to use, and how to do it, and also the post-harvesting. If we can't handle that and we start testing what we produce, I don't think we shall ever solve our problem. We need each other as private sector and government, and also be there for those producers. We have the brain, we know our challenges, but our problem, we don't join up and work together. As private sector, we don't have resources, we know what to do. The academicians, he has stated it all. We know all our problems, but we don't work together to solve our problems. Thank you.
Thank you. I think John and Emma will, Emma and Jen will make a comment on that. Yes, ma'am.
Jessica Vakazva is my name, Senior Commercial Officer, Uganda Railways. Just to supplement on Principal Yasin, what he was talking about, the infrastructure. Here to confirm that the government is big on the infrastructure, especially for rail. Solomon seemed not very convinced. SGR is in existence, compensations are going on. Meter gauge railways, the government decided to give priority to MGR, the meter gauge railway. After a thought through, Kenya Railways, we have a connection between MGR and SGR at Naivasha. So now cargo can move from standard gauge to meter gauge. On that note, I think that's when the government gave priority to meter gauge. And right now we have a loan that was approved by the African Development Bank, close to $350 million for the revamping of the railway. And this is yet to start early next year. So infrastructure, like Principal has said, government is big on that.
Interesting. Could we have invested that money into the standard gauge? $350 million. That's maybe a quarter of the 2.2 million. 2.2. Yasin, you had said it's a $2.2 million project?
Yeah, about 2.2 billion US dollars. So.
Okay, and 300 and plus million dollars is a drop in the ocean. But it's, so you're saying that we will invest that to improve our meter gauge. So can you give her the mic a bit in just a second?
Solomon, that why it seems like a drop is because the MGR is already in existence. SGR, there's nothing. We are starting the compensations, the construction and everything. So it's better to put that, what you've called the drop in the ocean, to the MGR to revamp it.
All right, it's your time to talk back. Jen, you want to talk about that later, and maybe Yasin on that issue. Yes, who has the microphone? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Eliab Kiza, and I work for East African Development Bank. At the bank, we are looking with a lot of interest at supporting businesses, both with project finance as well as trade finance to take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Of course, in addition to the trade within the East African region. And we are looking at three key entry points. One, of course, is access to affordable finance. The second is helping businesses to actually create linkages with markets. And that is where we have an interest in finding somebody we can work with to, for starters, undertake profiling of some target markets. We say we are looking at this market, we are focusing on this market, but what can we do there as a country? Which sectors can do well there? What kind of businesses can be supported? And so on and so forth. So that is a second area. The third is capacity. Building the capacity of our businesses. These opportunities are always there. And there are some businesses, even before we talk about the African Continental Free Trade Area, there are businesses that have tried and struggled to be able to take advantage of some markets outside Uganda. But they don't go very far because of capacity issues we are aware of. So that is our third area of interest. But as a bank, of course, we use a business approach. We don't have financing to be able to do things like, you know, supporting businesses with their capacity needs to the level that they are able to take advantage of these opportunities, as well as doing market profiling and things like that. So for us, this is a call out there. Who is available and would like to work with us to unlock these challenges? And then we walk ahead.
The economists here, researchers here, and they have heard you. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynette Murunji. I'm the operations lead for the Smart Youth Network Initiative, and we deal in climate action and economic empowerment and with women and children. My issue is mostly directed to Dr. Elizabeth and Mr. Emma. I'd like to thank Dr. Elizabeth for the highlights on the Agriculture Credit Facility Scheme and the Small Business Recovery Fund that's available. There is a shared opinion that the fiscal policy by the central bank is poverty-inducing. There are more social protection measures available for people who are struggling, especially those who are trying to start up businesses, or members of the small businesses, or even individuals that are trying to start up something, because with the inflation rate being high, it means that somebody who's just starting out, it's harder for them. Let me just use an example of the tourism sector. There is double taxation from beds people, and we try to come up with capacity building sessions for economic empowerment. I just want to know, are there social protection measures available, given that the East African community is a young community, and before the farmers come to the East African community, start exporting, they're worried about even being able to get market for their produce within Uganda itself, because especially because they don't belong to circles or what, they have trouble getting market for their produce. So before they even think about exporting outside the country, they're thinking, even the maize, is it going to die because of drought? Do I have people who are going to buy my maize? They are competing with perhaps somebody who has like 20 acres of land, and this person probably has half an specific individual, a young person that doesn't probably have a national ID. For the PDM model, before they register you, they ask you if you have a national ID. And these are young people, they probably, some didn't go to school. So I just want to know the protection measures for such people and how it all plays together. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Elizabeth has noted that down, and something about that. Yes. Oh, yes, sir. Then I'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Jemba Kanakulia Mulondo from Kasita, Uganda. First, I would like to thank the panelists, especially my commission and Jen, for doing me justice. I would like to touch the issue of logistics, especially the railway, and the cost benefit of having either SGR or upgrading the meter gauge railway all the way from Malaba to Kampala. We are looking at reducing cargo on the road, that is reducing the load on the roads of this country. How much are we going to save? What would be the turnaround time of importers or exports into the country? And what would be the benefits? And then secondly, getting our priorities wrong. I've seen Chila Motors is about to be launched. How many within the region, within Uganda, are going to benefit or are going to buy into Kiyira, other than doing research, just like Jen said, about matoke in this country? What can be the benefits of agro-processing as an industry across board. How much can we achieve if we have matoke powdered, matoke chips, matoke everything being sold as one of the flag bearers in this country? We have the issue of coffee, which is itching in everyone, and the president always talks about it. How much would we need to put up Chira Motors and vis-a-vis putting up a factory or an industry of coffee ready to drink, and we sell it as a factory department somewhere in a different entity in the country? I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are we getting our priorities right? I think the team here will say something. I'll give an opportunity to 2 more people. But we can start with you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, the panelists. My name is Samson Akanchiza. I'm the Acting Executive Director at the Environment Authority. I want to highlight more on the example Ms. Jane Narunga talked about research when we are looking for markets, and it came to the milk products to Algeria. I wanted to let her know that, and the rest of us, we did research. This is a discussion that started 2018. So there has been a lot of steps that we have moved. One, in terms of the capacity for the product, and the product that is supposed to go there is milk powder, both skimmed and whole milk, of which samples went, tested and passed. After passing, then we looked at the capacities. Yes, we have the capacity, because currently the country is producing 3.2 billion liters annually of milk, and like 4.2 billion is sold and processed. So if we get that market, then that means we channel raw milk towards skim milk powder and whole milk powder production. We have 3 processing facilities with the capacity to give the volumes that are required in the market. So in terms of quality infrastructure and also the product processing, we are ready to satisfy the market, Algerian market. And last week, through the research we did, the team from Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Algeria came to acquaint themselves with what the milestones that are required to export, and we are yet to receive a report, but we are ready in terms of those that are required to access it. Thank you.
Thank you for the point of information. Yes, let's come this side. We'll give an opportunity to 2 people.
This is Kabuye. I work with the Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises. First of all, I want to thank the panelists for that deliberate and insightful presentation that all of them have made. In particular, Madame Narunga, I want to thank you for talking about the inclusion of the private sector in some of these negotiations and activities. Because in the actual sense, we are the private sector are the beneficiaries. They are the #1 stakeholders in all this. So we need to involve them as much as possible. I know the Ministry of Trade has been involving some of the private sector, but of course an involvement in this. I want to thank the Ministry of Trade for some of the achievements and the strides that have been made, as highlighted by the Minister in her speech, especially about the AfCFTA. I understand right now the implementation strategy is out, the draft is out, and I want to thank Dr. Isaac, who has been the brain behind this implementation strategy of the AfCFTA. However, we need to put key emphasis and focus on 2 issues. One, and the private and some other business membership organizations to create awareness and also build capacity of these private sector, the members of the private sector, in as far as participation in the AfCFTA is concerned. But of course, the private sector is so huge. What we did was too small to cover the entire private sector. So we need a lot of support. The ministry needs a lot of we need to see the policy statement, the ministry policy statement, talking about awareness raising. The Department of External Trade should be supported. Good enough we have the Committee on Trade present. I understand the chairman has taken note of this. We need to see some funding, deliberate funding towards supporting the SMEs, building their capacity to participate, and also awareness raising. Then also, in the implementation strategy and trade, or body enough, is it prepared enough to start serious work, serious monitoring and implementation of the AfCFTA? If these two issues are given key consideration, I believe our private sector, our enterprises will be in position to tap into. Thank you so much.
Emma will speak to that. Thank you. Last one, sir, you have the final say.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, World Bank, for organizing this event. Robert Mwanje is my name. I'm a grain trader. I'm venturing into commercial farming, and I'm the current chairman of the Grain Council of Uganda. My members of the Grain Council, I count about 107 in number. We are still supported by and large by this man, the subsistence farmer. When I say man, I'm gender sensitive. I include both men and women. I don't want to have trouble with the ladies in here. So we have a feeling that for us to be able to compete with these new markets, a lot has still to be done. How? One, we need to support. I'm undertaking a project that is going to transform members from being processors into commercial farmers, but it is a big and an uphill task. What are we trying to do? There are issues we have to address. The project I'm trying to undertake is once we get many commercial players in place, this subsistence farmer is going to become and be covered under the outgrower scheme. If I have a farm which will be the farm, then they'll have to borrow into the best practices we are doing. After the biggest challenge, we all know that the cost of borrowing is one of the uphill tasks that is actually almost failing us to undertake such a wonderful project. 3 seasons. Most of what we are doing is rain-fed. But now, what happens? Many seasons we are harvesting and planting at the same time. Now, this poor farmer does not have the muscle to take very good charge of what is happening there. Our maize, I'll talk about maize specifically, fails to compete largely because we have this informal grain that leaves the country on a daily basis. At my plant, what I reject, I'm told, and my brother Emma knows that, finds its way to the border, all borders. So we call upon the ministry. They have tried their best. We have a grain trade policy in place. They have tried their best, but we encourage them to do more, such that we find a way of exporting within the region grain that satisfies the standards. I forgot to tell you, I also sit as a director at the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I thank you, and I pray we address this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone who has made a contribution to this. These are deep conversations that are coming out of here. And I want to give an opportunity to my panel to answer and give their closing remarks and try to also address some of the issues that have been raised. I'll start with Emma.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to thank the people who have raised the questions. I think you have made the debate that we are having more enriching. I'm trying to get this report that we've just launched, and I'll refer to, I think it's paragraph 55. Those of you who may already be having it, just 1 minute, I open it. 54. And I read it verbatim. I'm addressing here. It says export growth is expected to be concentrated in the manufacturing, chemicals, and textile sectors, while import growth will likely focus on agriculture and agro-processing. So the food basket is going to have food imports, agricultural imports increase, according to this projection. And it says Ugandan exports of manufactured goods could increase by 1.54 billion US dollars. And goes on, they says, meanwhile, agricultural imports could increase by 1.67 billion, processed food products by 609 million US dollars. I think this is a very interesting finding that you and I should not close our eye to. We need to be saying, why is this likely to happen? Why does the economic analysis find this? And then we get back and try to address this so that we get our tagline of the food basket to really be there. Because I don't think that these agricultural products will be machines, they will be food. Some hard realities that we have to take. And with that said and done, I would want now to put it in the context of some of the questions or comments that have been raised by yourself and Julian. My thinking is, of course, there are already in place government programs to increase agricultural production. We really must consolidate them as government, but more importantly, even us as individual private sector players, I think we have to find a way of being more proactive so that we are producing for the market. And if I'm to use the president's words, we are not producing for a chida choka. Like my sister over there raised, that you have farmers who are worried about their markets, 1 acre, and so on and so forth. I can tell you marketing small quantities of products at international level will always be agriculture. It's arable land than Uganda. And to me, this is where all of us, private sector, government, development partners, such as World Bank, have to be focusing our energies to see, look, we have launched the country economic update. World Bank, government of Uganda, how do we get programs to enhance or to enable us to increase in there? And I'm glad my brother from finance in charge of economic development policy and research, Mr. Nyumu, is here, because we always discuss these kinds of things. We are approaching development partners. What project do we put there? And if we can, let's continue engaging and see that indeed we remain on that trajectory. Good enough, there is no need for us to make a U-turn because it's a direction we're already taking as a government with our partners. We only need to remain focused on that. Mr. Kabaye and Jane, on the inclusion of the private sector, you are preaching to the converted. Because the government has this in its policy structures, we don't do anything without involving the private sector, be it on budgeting, be it on trade negotiations, whatever you are doing, you always have the private sector. But again, you are not going to have all the millions of private sector individuals on this. You have to have representatives. You come from a federation of MSMEs, and I want to point out, for example, that the ministry designed the program or project with UNDP, where we said, look, we have to increase awareness within the private sector on the CFTA. And the implementing partners of this are going to be the Uganda Manufacturers Association, PSFU, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Federation of MSMEs, where you come from. And you did all those countrywide tours. We are sending you technical people to help bolster the effort. And it's important that we don't stop now. We continue engaging to make sure that these opportunities are indeed turned into work with the other government ministries, departments, and agencies to make sure that there is that appreciation and knowledge of what it is about and how to go about it. In short, to raise interest in the whole CFTA concept, of course bearing in mind that the CFTA is built on EAC, COMESA, and then tripartite and itself. My brother from DDA, thanks for that clarification. And indeed, we always do thorough research. We don't go into negotiations on the basis of guesswork. We do thorough research. Those discussions started way back actually around 2016, and we have been doing consultations here and there, doing research, and all the kinds of things. We have a team doing analysis and engagements on how now do we conclude the finer details of this engagement, looking at the sanitary and phytosanitary aspects. So I thought I should assure you of that it's really how we keep doing it. Mr. Monondo, on the organizing the SMEs to feed into the bigger companies, you are 100% correct, because indeed, the bigger ones should be feeding on the small ones, like he did point out, the small farmers feed into the bigger ones. And indeed, there are some bits of programs on initiatives in place to help these kinds of enterprises to feed into the bigger ones, the parish development model, the MIOGA, and so on. I'm getting closer to the final bit of the comments that I want to make. I want to raise one or make one observation in response to what Jen talked about. The funding of government institutions and also public sector bodies or institutions or players responsible to enable us benefit from these kinds of initiatives is indeed very essential. Of course, we know that quite often the resources are constrained, but still, even with constrained resources, we would need to do constrained optimization to be able to put our money where we are going to get more money, so that at some point in the future, we are not crying about lack of money. So let's put money where we can be able to generate it, and probably a few years later, we would be able to have sufficient funds to do that. I'm glad that the chairman of the Parliamentary Committee on Trade is in the room. Honorable, I'm sure that now when we come, we'll fight even with more vigor for us to have more resources. Because if we don't, this CFTA will remain a very nicely done agreement with a little bit of limited impact. Then the very last bit, I'd want to associate myself with Julian, the comments. We know what needs to be done, and we probably need to be spending more time solving them than talking about them again. To me, that's really what we need to do. Because these problems, if you probably looked at minutes or a report of a similar meeting like this 5 years back, you'll find the same issues were raised. So we probably need now to also start looking at prioritizing implementation so that we can start knocking off one problem or the other. That's not to say that we are not doing it, but we probably may need to consolidate our efforts in there. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we can give him a round of applause. Emmanuel Mtaonga, thank you very much. Elizabeth?
Thank you, Solomon. And thank you for the very good questions. Combine the two questions that I was asked. The first one was for young people. The lady asked on behalf of the young people, what more can Bank of Uganda do to enhance businesses for young people other than the agricultural credit facility and the small business recovery fund? And I'm going to combine that question with the gentleman who talked about the high cost of credit, because that is also one of the issues that young people are facing. So for the young people, the other thing other than the SCF and the small business recovery fund that the Bank of Uganda is doing is a drive on financial literacy. It has become clear that a lot of people do not know what the bank does. So we've tried to go out there and try to educate people on financial literacy. When Solomon asked how many people knew about the agricultural credit facility, I think I saw like 5 hands. So that goes to tell you that we need to do a lot more. And so with financial literacy, then these young people will be able to tap into the opportunities that they can use to enhance or start up their businesses. Now, which brings me to the issue of cost of credit, which is one of the main issues that affects young people, and what the gentleman said as well for other businesses. Now, most of these issues are structural, as I know you've heard over and over again, and several studies have also been carried out. But what we see is that one of the main drivers of cost of credit being high is operational costs, okay? Operational costs by the banks. So what has Bank of Uganda done? We are trying to see how best to help commercial banks to reduce these costs. For example, now you've heard about agency banking. This is really good because they have a shared infrastructure. So that is one of the things that could be done to try and reduce on the costs, on the operational costs. And then more recently, we saw that the Credit Reference Bureau regulations were passed. This is really going to help, because if a bank doesn't know your credit worthiness, you're going to get a loan at a much higher rate than if they got to know what your credit worthiness is. So with the Credit Reference Bureau regulations, it's going to be a little bit wider, instead of looking at the loans that you have with commercial banks. If, for example, you pay utilities on time, or you pay your rent on time, all that should be captured in the Credit Reference Bureau, and banks will have more information. And we think that in the medium to long term, we should be able to see an impact on the cost of credit. And then another thing, perhaps, that my colleague mentioned is that government is going to borrow less, and that should also have an impact on the reduction in the cost of credit. And maybe one other thing that I didn't mention for the young people, financial inclusion, we have mobile money, and so that is also a drive that can also help young people be able to tap into these opportunities and be able to build their businesses. So I hope I have answered your question, but thank you so much. This has been a really a great opportunity, and I thank the World Bank as well, and all the questions that have been asked. Thank you.
Dr. Elizabeth, thank you. Jen?
Thank you so much, Solomon, and thank you so much for the issues which have come up. Some of them are not really questions. They were comments and additions on what we need to do to be able to move forward. I just have to make some priorities. How do we prioritize our mega resources as a country? You know, where should we put our resources, like Emma was saying, so that we can recoup, you know, that return on investment, which is really high. And for me, I think it's in trade, it's in value, promoting and strengthening our value chains. Another issue which has really come out clearly is the issue of coordinating our actions. And I think we need to start from the market. What's the market? And I'm happy that a lot of research has been done, for example, on the Algerian market, because what I have been seeing are rumors, and people start producing. There is a market across there, there is a market for moringa, and people start producing. And at the end of the day, the market is not there, or the market is there, but that isn't the product they want. So it's important that we invest in that research, so that then we mobilize Then we mobilize for production, what the Grain Council Chair was talking about. You mobilize the producers to be able to produce according to that standard. You mobilize UNBS, then you go into capacity building, because capacity building has also to be targeted, you know, because I hear people talking about capacity building to export, to produce. What are you producing? What do you want to be able to have targeted capacity building? If it's about skilling, reskilling, but it has to be targeted for certain market, for certain product. And then also we can be able, for example, PDM on its own won't be able to help unless we harness it also to produce, to export, to market and export in the markets. So we need to organize our work, to organize ourselves. And I think we also need to understand what's, for example, in the CFTA, the market opportunities. I was looking at it. For example, SACCO, they have liberalized shelled beans. I was saying beans, but what kind of beans? We can start that research and be able to see whether we can be able to access that market. So we need to be more academic around the way we look for our markets. And lastly, maybe what I didn't say about the CFTA is that the CFTA is not a standalone initiative. There are initiatives under the AU which are supporting the CFTA. For example, there are initiatives like boosting intra-Africa trade, BIAT, with so many programs to increase production, to be able to help us be able to benefit from the CFTA. So again, those are also those initiatives which we should be looking at, which we should be engaging on. But thank you so much, World Bank. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I hope we can be able to engage on how we can be able to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Wow. A lot of information to chew on. Thank you very much, Jane. We'll have Yasin. Yasin, you have the final say.
Thank you very much, Solomon, and I would like to thank our audience for the excellent questions. I know I stand between you and your lunch, so I'll be brief. Jessica talked about the railways, and also Mr. Jemba from Kasita. Just to reiterate that developing the way of transporting cargo, especially we are talking about trade here. So to lessen the burden on our roads, we really need to invest in that area, and I can assure you that government is quite committed. There were some questions on how can we help the youth. My colleague Elizabeth spoke at some length about that, but I can just add that government has in place a number of initiatives, the youth livelihood, and of course the PDM, which is one of our flagship initiatives for the next few years. I'm happy to provide further information to anybody who would need more information on this. So just to conclude by telling you that the Uganda continues to be resilient. We faced quite a number of headwinds from the COVID pandemic to the war in Russia and Ukraine, to the COVID, to the Ebola virus disease that we are now grappling with, but the economy has continued to grow, and the report that we are launching today also recognizes that, and also is projected to have more growth in the medium term. So we continue to be resilient.
You should be able to have it. Yes, can we clap for my panel again as they take their seats? Thank you very much. Elizabeth, Jane, Yasin, and Emmanuel. Thank you very much. They sit in places of power, and indeed whatever decision they make has a big impact on our lives. The World Bank is a bit optimistic about 2023, and I just want to pick a few numbers from the report. They're talking about that our economy will grow to about GDP. That's about 5.5%, which is quite great, I should add. Inflation is expected to drop to about 7.2, That's in 2023. The World Bank eyes the heavy investment in Uganda's oil and gas sector, and indeed in the investment of infrastructure, as one of the reasons why our foreign direct investment is going to increase to about 2.3, and then later on will increase to about 2.7. Public debt, 2023 will be at about 50.5%. The government of Uganda says we are not yet at the 50 mark, so World Bank is a bit jittery on that. But by 2024, our public debt is expected to reduce to about 48.5. Interesting numbers, but these numbers have to be brought to life. So I would encourage us in our free time to actually read this report, because any of us who are going to be speaking will use this report as a benchmark. I know that the Ministry of Finance also releases reports on the Uganda Economic Outlook as well, on how the economy is doing. So let's interact with this information, because then we can hold our leaders accountable. I also need to say that there is an afternoon session which is really fully packed. We're going to be having a high-level dialogue panel, and also we'll have the Right Honorable Alitwala Kadaga, the first Deputy Prime Minister of the East African Affairs, will be with us. We'll have a panel which has, of course, the Honorable David Bahati. We'll have Mr. Innocent Fred Ojulu from UNDP. We'll have Mr. Simon Kaheru, Vice President, East African Business Council. We'll have Paul Brenton, who is the lead economist at the World Bank. And of course, the epitome of it, we will hear from the World Bank Country Director for Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, Mr. Keith Hansen. So it's going to be a great afternoon. But before I close it up, I want to invite Senior Economist at the World Bank, Rachel, to come and say a word or two and make a few corrections. Okay. And then after Rachel, then I will invite you for lunch that is served right there as we get ready for the afternoon session. I've also been requested to ask the media to stay for the afternoon session. Rachel, karibu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, in all your respective capacities. Thank you very much for being a good audience. The questions, the discussions have been great, but we wanted to make one. I got a question online, and it was with respect to the ban, the EU ban on agricultural products from Uganda. I think it was a statement that was in the country managers between 1997 and 2000. Uganda could not export because of that ban to the EU. Subsequently, there has also been a number of threats to banning agricultural products. In 2015, for example, hot pepper export to Europe was suspended for about a month. But after that, there was a framework that was put in place that actually checks. In 20see in the news here that there were 3 threats to banning Uganda's fish. So the issue of standards is still on the table. Much as we are making that correction, the issue of standards, and I'm glad that we have the people from the National Bureau of Standards, but also that trade team in particular, the Ministry of Trade, working with everyone else. I think this was, these comments were made by the ones I was reading from. It was the Minister of Trade, the Minister of Agriculture then. So there are quite a number of institutions that we need to work with together in order to make sure that we can export to this market. Much as the bans were in Europe, I think we've had a number of issues with our neighbors, Kenya, and you know, Emmanuel, when he was discussing, he also mentioned the issue of producing the same things, so we end up fighting in the same basket because we are producing the same and everyone wants to be protected in order to trade. On that note, I would like to invite you, I know the moderator is going to do that, but on behalf of the World Bank, you've been a great audience. You've managed to come here physically. So would like to invite you to have some lunch. Don't forget that we are starting the afternoon session at 2, exactly 2. You've heard the wonderful speakers that we are going to have in the afternoon. And those online, please get your lunch and stay connected so that we can start on time. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thanks, Rachel, for having us today. I also need to say that we will be having a Twitter space this evening on the same subject to disseminate this report and to have these conversations with our online platform. So you should be able to join today from 5 p.m., from 6 p.m. To 8 p.m. I will be hosting that Twitter space today. From me, thank you for being such a wonderful audience. The next session is going to be handled by Paul Busharizi, a senior journalist, and I'm sure he's going to do a good job. Thank you very much. May I invite you for lunch?
Welcome, people, to this afternoon session of our continuing exploration of unlocking the benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area and regional integration. I'm Paul Busharizi. I'll be your host for this afternoon. Hopefully you've all enjoyed your lunch. So we're just waiting for the Prime Minister, the first Deputy Prime Minister to come in. But while we do that, we're going to play a video to set the tone of our discussion today. After that, we shall move on with the program as we wait for the first Deputy Prime Minister. But with us, of course, today is the State Minister for Trade, Mr. David Bahati. We welcome him to be with us today. So, David, our video, please.
Did you know that the cup of coffee you enjoy goes through a series of stages to derive that lovely aromatic taste? Researchers carried out delivering different varieties of seedlings, which are then groomed by the farmer to produce a huge amount of ripe cherries that are processed by extracting a green bean that is roasted, ground and brewed to make a ready-to-drink cup of coffee. We cast our net deeper into the role of different players in the coffee value chain.
I carefully take steps from the beginning to ensure that I have the right coffee. Number one, I have gone to Uganda Coffee Development Authority to get seedlings from their licensed nurseries.
Part of our budget goes to the National Coffee Research Institute to do research that is applied to coffee, and this includes development of pest and disease-resistant varieties. To also do value addition on coffee, they do some products out of coffee, which are now ready for commercialization.
Our new agenda is to make sure that the farmer gets much more from a small plot of land. In fact, our mission is to increase the total factor productivity of the small farmer's field.
Uganda has unrealized potential in both yield and productivity on the side of farmers, but also on the quality that the Ugandan coffee can be if grown under the right conditions.
If you have given a plant a very good agronomic practices, it reduces your infection, which is cheaper than buying the chemical that the farmer may not afford. Yeah?
When the red ripe cherry comes to our stations, then we start taking cherry through the processing cycle, starting with fermentation. After fermentation, then we would have decided, are we going to produce a natural, are we going to produce a honey, or are we going to produce a washed coffee? Once we have done that part of the processing, then we start drying. Drying is critical because that's when you're allowing slow drying, absorption of sugars into the bean. And if you dry too fast, you're cooking the coffee and spoiling the quality. It is the poor roads that we have to take the coffee from the mountain. Sometimes it's raining, sometimes trucks are stuck on the road for days. If you're processing cherry, it starts fermenting. Before you know it, over fermenting, and that you could lose an entire truck because it's over fermented.
Of course, our farmers are small holders, which means they cannot get a lot of volume. So their major role is to put together the different volumes of coffees from different farmers. They put them together, then they are able to get a better market. So the major role is to ensure that cooperatives bargain for their members.
If a farmer is to work individually, most likely they will sell their coffee when it is still flowering. And that could earn them even less than 200 shillings, if you look at it in value terms. However, when they work as a cooperative, as an association that is using the farm ownership model, they will achieve an added value of 250% from their coffee.
And at that point, when the coffee is thoroughly cleaned, that's when we engage UCDA for the contract registration. And this process usually takes between 2 to 3 days, getting a UCDA inspector here and getting the confirmation from the lab to load. Yeah, so at that point, the coffee is loaded, usually in 20-feet containers. But over the years, we've seen this evolve to 40-feet containers.
because our culture, our coffee drinking culture is still young, we do not have enough investment in the value chain to supply the local market. And that's why we have been losing a lot of value, exporting only green. If I were to produce roasted coffee, I would right away increase my value by 8 times. So I lose money, and the economy loses jobs when I export green.
The industry stakeholders have sought strategies to increase demand locally and internationally.
I believe baristas are the key, or they're the faces of the coffee gospel because of the craftiness of the barista. How they make their coffee, it makes it special for even new people to enjoy it even more. I believe if the government can equip the barista academies or barista schools with more knowledge, using the latest machinery and the latest technology in craft brewing and barista skills.
So the promotion of the consumption of coffee locally is key in the improvement of the entire value chain, as we could say. And major initiatives should be taken. I know they are trying, our government is trying to bring in several initiatives to Uganda Coffee Development Authority, but more should be done.
How do you boost national consumption of coffee? I think in the government's development plan, national 5-year development plan, it should come on the table. How government can invest to support, deepen consumption of coffee internally.
Thank you very much. An interesting video there. Our largest, I think I can safely say our largest single export crop suffers that kind of, those kind of barriers to trade. You can imagine the lesser ones, what happens to them. Something to think about. Interesting pickup for me is how do we promote local consumption of coffee? Essentially, you have to create a taste. We have to create a taste in ourselves to drink more coffee. With that, again, I welcome you to our session this afternoon of unlocking the benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Area and regional integration. The program is being adjusted, but what we're going to come up with now is for the World Bank Country Director, Ms. Mukami Kariuki, to come and give open remarks. After which, we shall go into the panel discussion as we wait for, well, we hope that the first Deputy Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, will be here, but if she's not, we'll go straight into the panel. And when she comes, we shall again adjust the things. In all interest of time, people were very busy people have to move on, and we need to get value for them when they're here. So, calling to the stage Ms. Mukami Kariuki.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I'm speaking to you today as Mr. Keith Hansen, our country director, who's unfortunately fallen ill and is not able to join us. He very much would have liked to be here. Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of East African Community Affairs, Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, all distinguished guests here with us physically and online, colleagues from the World Bank, development partners, government, the media fraternity, and the private sector, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and welcome back from the morning's session. Thank you once again for joining us this afternoon for the high-level discourse on regional trade. Over the course of this week, We have disseminated our recent knowledge products that focus on regional trade and integration in support of Uganda's ongoing discussion and dialogue on trade and integration. Alongside the ongoing 22nd East African Community MSMEs Trade Fair at Kololo, under the theme Buy East African to Build East Africa for Resilience and Sustainable Development, this morning, the Honorable Minister of State for Trade launched the 20th Uganda Economic Update, which features a special topic, the AfCFTA. As a key development partner in the region, the World Bank is engaged in many regional integration and trade-related activities. And our decision to choose the topic trade and regional integration for this Uganda Economic Update signals the significant role that we expect regional trade and integration to play in the development of the continent and in its recovery from recent shocks. As country director for several of the East African countries, I can confirm the World Bank Group's commitment to continuing to support trade and regional integration as a means of boosting Uganda's future growth. And of course, as a country director for these East African countries, I'm also part of a wider network which covers the whole of Africa East with the 22 countries that fall into that sub-region. We are also committed to supporting the growing number of youth coming into the market through what we call Jobs for Employment and Transformation, or JET, the JET agenda. And we know that Uganda must generate enough jobs for its rapidly growing labor force, which is churning out more than 600,000 new job seekers every year. And this will grow 2.5-fold in the next 3 decades. But in doing so, it's clear that opportunities for job creation must be sensitive to future risks, such as climate change. So we're also supporting our clients to ensure that development does not come at the cost of depletion and degradation of natural resources. Finding sustainable ways to leverage Uganda's natural resources, considering the primary role that agriculture plays in the economy, will therefore be a priority. For Uganda, greater integration into global value chains will be crucial to create jobs outside of subsistence agriculture and the informal economy. And sustained growth in trade will lead to increased consumer welfare by expanding options and lowering prices of consumer goods. However, while greater intra-Africa trade also offers opportunities to add more value to export commodities and to leverage the potential of agribusiness to promote inclusive growth, like its peers, Uganda's quest for trade faces thick borders and segmented markets. This morning, you heard that to boost trade, Uganda needs to address the high trading costs driven by logistics and infrastructure problems, trade policies as obstacles driven by protectionist reflexes, and frequent problems in regional integration frameworks. Just by lowering food prices, for example, or reducing trade costs, better facilitation and tariffs, Uganda can boost growth and transformation and reduce inequality. You also heard this morning that greater participation in the AfCFTA would allow Uganda to access more fully the regional and global value chains. Firms gain entry to AfCFTA and therefore develop a track record in exporting their goods, a better understanding of product requirements in foreign markets, and in some senses, AfCFTA therefore becomes a gateway to greater participation in global trade. Finally, you heard the Minister's messages regarding what Uganda is doing to identify and remove hurdles that have long weakened the effectiveness of existing regional arrangements. Let me end by supporting the Minister's message and confirming that from my vantage point in the East African community bloc that I work in, that the complexity of regional trade, of the regional trade agenda cannot be underestimated, given the many countries, institutions, processes, and mandates that must work together to form a system that is able to get this working efficiently. So I look forward to the panel that will be coming in a short while, digging deeper into some of the constraints and giving us their thoughts and expectations on what we can do to accelerate the pace at which we move up the ladder of opportunity created by AfCFTA. And we also look forward to them highlighting some of the key opportunities that they feel Uganda can leverage in the short, medium, and long term. At this juncture, I would like to invite the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry, and Commerce to come and give us some remarks.
Thank you so much, Country Rep. Problem, and my doctor told me every time I'm near something, it must be of a particular color, yellow, and that's the reason the MC knows why we like yellow. But I also saw something similar to that in Kenya, so it appears yellow is a very good color. But first of all, I want to thank you for organizing this dialogue as the World Bank in collaboration with our ministry on this important topic of unlocking the benefits of the continental free trade area. And I was asked to just make some reflections in 3 minutes on how industrialization can drive this integration, but to really understand how industrialization can drive this, it's important always at the back of our mind, know why are we integrating? Why do we sign all these protocols at East African level, African level, even continental free trade area? In addition to the African free trade area, as a country, we have signed AGOA. We have partnerships and agreements with China, Japan, and we also have with the European Union, and of course East Africa. So these are very important markets for us. But the reason we are in this, as His Excellency the President has said, is always for mainly 3 reasons. The first one is for strategic security. We are integrating because we want our area to be secure. We are also integrating because we want markets. And we are integrating because of strategic prosperity for our people. So these are key reasons why we are in this integration. And if you understand this as a context, then it's important to also realize that industrialization is at the center. You cannot unlock the benefits of African free trade area unless you industrialize. African free trade area, an area of a population of 1.2 billion now, and probably in 2050 it will be 2.5 billion. EC alone is 400 million, close 400 million now, and it will be around 800 million in 2050. If we do not industrialize, then trading in raw materials will not create the strategic reason why we are in integration, which is prosperity. We just saw a video here of coffee, and we have been making this case that when you export raw materials of coffee, and they are processed and then brought back, just a kilo of coffee, if it is processed, you get almost 15 times. If you add value to it, you get almost 15 times the value of the raw materials.
And African Free Trade Area, if you look at it once again, and I so make reference to it, we are now importing close to 547 billion US dollars every year, goods that are coming from outside. And for us to resolve this issue, we must add value to what we are producing through import substitution and then export promotion. And it is possible to achieve this if we are organized. I have good news that recently we have now signed a deal with, we are going to sign a deal with Algeria of worth 500 million US dollars to export milk to Algeria. So there is every reason why we should take advantage of this market. But to do this, we must add value to the things that we are producing. We must resolve the issues that have been standing in the way, the issue of quality. And that's the reason why our ministry, under UNBS, we have now invested in laboratories. We have expanded our laboratories across the country. We have now 3 laboratories to make sure that we test, and we are working with Ministry of Agriculture to start, because some of the problem of quality start with the seedlings you buy to plant, how you plant it, how you harvest it, how you store it, and how you transport it. So we want across the value chain to make sure that everything's got properly. There should be a right seedling, planted properly, supervised properly, and then harvested properly, stored properly, and then transported properly. So that's why we as the ministry are saying that with resources, I think this can be resolved, and we are doing something about resolving the issues that have been hindering our country products to access the European market, to access American market. You can't believe that we have a quota-free and duty-free under AGOA, but out of the 6,400 products that we were given, we can only export 34 items. So the private sector is going to be crucial in helping our country to access these markets. But for you to access the markets, you need to be supported, and can only be supported if we industrialize. Have the right government policy to support industrialization. And country rep, you may need to know that now, under the import substitution strategy and export promotion, if you produce what we have been importing here, then we put a tax to stop something that we have been importing, which is being produced here, to protect you. Import substitution is one of the key strategies that we are looking at to support industrialization. So there is no way we can be able to unlock the benefits of African Free Trade Area unless we add value to what we are producing, unless we add value to what we are producing. So we want to thank you for this dialogue. It helps us to get feedback from the private sector. It helps us to get feedback from the stakeholders, and we look forward to partnering with you to prepare in the coming country program to be able to support our industrialization agenda, because it's through industrialization that we'll be able to unlock the problems that we are facing to access the African free trade area. But also importantly, for us to be able to take advantage of the African free trade area, we must maintain peace and security. The guns must be silent. We have seen some of the countries on the western side of the continent, these coups. We normally say, when I was at finance, we used to say that money hates noise. You cannot make money if there's a lot of noise. Money does not like noise, and money does not like noise of the guns. And the reason why we think that peace and security is important, because where there's no peace, where there's no security, then you cannot trade properly. So as a continent, we must get organized and get away
with change of government through coups, through guns, and be able to trade properly. That's the reason why, for example, under East African Community, we have now decided to have a standby force to stabilize the Eastern Congo, where we are, as a country, we are benefiting around $500 million of exports. So we want to thank each one of you who has come and look forward to getting feedback on how best can government help to add value to what we are producing. How best can we have a policy that supports industrialization, which is a very key important strategy to unlock the benefits of African trade-free area. So thank you so much. I hope my 3 minutes have been utilized fairly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Another round of applause for Mr. David Bahati. It's an interesting thing, not interesting, but it's maybe it's now become cliche. The minister said you need security to ensure, whatever plans you may have in the future. Interestingly, I have nieces who are much younger, of course, much younger than myself. And the other day, there was fireworks going off somewhere, and they thought they were bullets. Probably shows you how far we've come from the days when people would make the difference. Now we don't even know the difference. Are those bullets or things? It's probably a backhanded compliment to the government of the day. But we need to move into the panel discussion, which is what we are here for. Mr. Minister, you are also on the panel. Beg your pardon? We have a panel discussion coming up. Of course, we're going to be discussing the theme of the day, unlocking the benefits of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and regional integration. The Minister has set the stage for us very well. So I'm going to ask my panelists to come and join me on stage. Come and join me on stage. Mr. Innocent Fred Ejolu, team leader of UNDP, please come up to the stage. Mr. Simon Kaheru, please join us on the stage. I don't have profiles for all of you. For the few that I do have, I'll say something about it. Simon Kaheru, I know him as he jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. He used to be a journalist. Now he's in management, which he says he's in management as a journalist, but for us looking from this side, we think he's crossed over to the dark side. Simon is currently Director of Communications, rather the Head of Public Policy and Partnerships at Coca-Cola Beverages Africa. Welcome to our panel, Simon. I also have Mr. Joseph Enyimu from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development. Oh yes, Joseph, the development economist. He presently serves, of course, at the Ministry of Finance as a Commissioner, Economic Development and Policy and Research Department. So he obviously knows what he's talking about. This is my panel. Are we? I think the Minister, you have said what you had to say. The Minister is going to, is not going to be on our panel, but we're going to start off very quickly. This, I'm going to join them on the panel. I'm going to sit on that side. We also have online the lead economist at the World Bank, Mr. Paul Brenton. So I'm going to join my panel right there and get this show on the road. So, as I said, we're waiting for the Right Honourable First Deputy Prime Minister, and when she comes, we shall again adjust the program. So, in the meantime, let's get on with this show. Thank you. Yes. So we're talking about, of course, taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area and regional integration and the benefits that can come with it. The minister kind of gave us a solid framework from which to launch our discussion from. He said, of course, that the only way, can we say, to take advantage of these protocols, we need to industrialize and be able to trade with ourselves and not to trade in primary goods. Let me come to you. Let me start with you. Let me start with Mr. Joseph Enyimu. The challenge, of course, is that we would like to move into processed goods and all that kind of business. The question then becomes, it's an ideal. We understand from an intellectual level that to trade better, to have better terms, we need to move up the value chain. The question then becomes for you as a maybe representative of the government, is what on your side of government are you doing to enable, especially the private sector, to make that leap of faith, if you like?
Thank you very much for inviting the ministry to be a part of this conversation. I bring you greetings from the PSST and his apologies for not being able to join you. At the Ministry of Finance, we are working to build a competitive economy for national development. That is our vision, and in building this competitive economy, there are a couple of things that inform competitiveness, and that's essentially what we're endeavoring to put on the ground. So competitiveness, of course, indicates that your investors, whether they be foreign or domestic, are able to have one, confidence. Confidence is at the heart of investment. It's also at the heart of trade. And if you look at the factors that drive investor confidence, the minister already alluded to some of them. One is security, but also macroeconomic stability. It's important that there is policy predictability, and the volatility in terms of our macros should be minimized to create that confidence. The second thing, when it comes to trading across borders, but even domestically, is really confidence in your commercial justice system, that you can enforce contracts, you can play by the rules, and they are very good mechanisms for dispute resolution, because those may arise. We also take cognizance that Africa, with its many countries and different currencies, the cost of trading across borders usually has a currency risk element in it. So it's important that we lower that transaction costs, and that's why, as government, we are actively participating in the East African payment and settlement system, and the AfCFTA, African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, you are aware, is also championing the Pan-African payment and settlement system. I think that we are on our journey to being a part of that. The other thing when it comes to trading across borders, of course, is logistics. How much time goods spend on the way and all the NTBs. So government is investing in making sure that the movement of goods and persons is as seamless as possible through cross-border, the one-stop border points, And in the case of Uganda, through the Uganda Revenue Authority, we have pushed an initiative called the Authorized Economic Operator, whereby if private players have reached a certain level of maturity in terms of their business dealings and responsibility in their tax documentation, you give them the latitude to manage. And I was looking at the numbers, it's really grown. I think we have now hit the 100 mark. There are more than 100 companies that enjoy that status. And that's very important because time is of essence. The other big one, we are told about 40% of production costs are accounted for by transport and energy. So government is investing heavily in the relevant trade infrastructure to make sure that we can produce at a cost competitive level and that the cost of linking production and market centers is low. Those would be some of the major undertakings. The final one is, if you're going to have any regional or continental trade, you must have the volumes to trade. So that's a basic one, but very critical. So through land reform, input distribution, either capital for production, we are trying to make sure that commercial production goes up. In the morning session, we learned that the demand at international level is not retail demand. People demand for markets. So you must have the volumes to satisfy those markets. And that's something that government is turning attention to. Finally, I would say on the issue of trade finance, it's something which has emerged. The need to be able to de-risk trade within the region through export credit facilities or other risk mitigating measures. I think the budget process for this particular upcoming financial year has picked that up. The private sector has spoken loud and clear on that. So those are some of the headline issues that government is doing to that end. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph, but I think I'm going to stick with you a bit there. All the things you mentioned seem like they've been here forever. Is it my impression, a wrong impression, a correct impression that you seem to be tackling them now, or have you been tackling them and it's just now that you are enumerating them in the way that you have?
That's a very interesting question. Recently, the ministry concluded an exercise as part of our public investment management reforms. We generate something called commodity-specific conversion factors, which allow you to do project appraisal. And we generate an indicator for the economy called economic opportunity cost of capital. Amongst the underlying indicators for that particular indicator is something we call return on investment for the economy. And the good news is that in the last 5 years, the return on investment for Uganda's economy in general has increased from about 12 to 14%. The other very good indicator that we've picked up from that exercise is also the return on savings in the economy has picked up from about 6 to 7%. And then the perceived risk for foreign investment in the economy has declined from about 14 to also, I think it's 8%. So what are we saying? The competitiveness of an economy is not an overnight issue. These initiatives must be sustained. And when you say we've been doing them forever, what we are seeing is that the allocative efficiency of our economy, the ability of the economy to put its factors of production in the right places is improving. And that is a very good testimony that economic management is actually going in the right direction. So I just wanted to let you know that we are in a marathon. This is not a sprint that you can fix in 1 or 2 years. And that's really the feedback I would have on that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. This should be music to your ears, Simon. In the private sector, they've got all these things enumerated. They've even done these tests which show return on investment has gone up, return on savings gone up, perceived risk is down. This is music to your ears, Simon.
First of all, good afternoon, everybody. I'll start off by saying I'm not going to be speaking this afternoon for Coca-Cola Beverages Africa, but for my colleagues, members of the East African Business Council. So I'll be speaking for the wider private sector, and I'm happy that you started with Joseph over here, because the song he has sung, yeah, it's musical, very musical, but we're not dancing just yet. And the last bit where Joseph said it's a marathon, you said not a sprint, right? Sometimes that's where the private sector has issues. And one of the things that we need to work out between ourselves, I mean, we work together pretty well, but not well enough. Mostly because the speed of government is marathon. You know, this is government, things take time. That's not the speed of the private sector. When we invest, a return on investment of 14 years, you said? You said 14% or 14 years? 14%, very good. My return on investment for everything I put on the ground in a plant is maximum 6 years, okay? As a manufacturer. And that's not a very large investment. 6 years, I'm thinking about beginning to recoup, okay? In those 6 years, every year, I am dealing with a government that is going to make changes annually, every year. For me, I'm stuck. I've put this thing in. I have no idea what you're going to do in June next year. Of course, we are talking, but in between, the things that are going to be happening, I can't really control. And when the government does something, they say, no, don't worry, we'll fix it. I have friends here from URA. I was very happy to see them because we have an ongoing conversation. And I'm not talking about taxes. That's one thing that the private sector, we agreed last week in this very room, we have stopped talking about taxes. We're now going to talk about bigger things. One of the points where we say we want to work closer with the government to achieve these large, long-term objectives is to first of all agree what are these objectives. When we talk about unlocking benefits of this AfCFTA, what are those benefits to Uganda? This government has a plan, has a theme of jobs and wealth creation, okay? What does the government do to support the creation of jobs through manufacturing? Is it simply bringing new investors in here? Or is there a focus on getting more manufacturing happen across the longer value chain? When we talk about reliability of supply, you mentioned quality. We've talked a lot about quality today, but we've not talked about, and Joseph has mentioned it, as happy he said it, reliability of supply in the appropriate quantities to meet certain markets. One of our ministers likes to tell a story about how he secured a deal to supply goats to an Arab country. And the first order he received blew his mind away. He had never seen that number associated with goats in his 60-something years on earth. But that was the first order to be supplied the next week. He started calling around other people who have goats. That story had to end. We are talking about Africa Free Continental Trade Area. What do we have internally here that the government is making happen so that we can actually manufacture in the right quantities so that we can trade? And that said, in the shortest possible time. We can't wait. It's not a marathon. It can't be a marathon. Every year, the Ease of Doing Business Index is released and updated annually. Where does Uganda sit? How many places do we move up by per year or down? The countries that are rated higher on that list, what are they taking from us? Are they therefore not more ready than Uganda to unlock these benefits? When they unlock those benefits, what are we going to do? We are going to continue being net importers rather than anything else. And the Minister, Honorable Bahati, gave us numbers over here. I was looking at some figures that showed that in 2020 we imported, I think it was some ridiculous number, 180 billion shillings or something, worth of vegetables into Uganda. Vegetables. The World Bank report that was released just last week, ahead of this conversation, stated that we need to make steps, leaps in agriculture because the vast majority of Ugandans are employed in the agricultural sector. So where are we combining these things? We're importing vegetables. We want to encourage agricultural production. A company like the one I work for bottles fruit juice. Dr. Omala here this morning told us she has 1,700 acres of mango. Where do her mangoes go if the biggest producer of fruit juice is not buying from her? Why is Coca-Cola not buying mangoes from her or from Teso Fruit Factory? Because we are moving at the speed of government. And the reality is the economy has got to, I mean, we plug into each other. If the government is moving at marathon speed and we are trying to move quickly so that every year we make profits and give the shareholders why the reason for their investing, we are not going to move. And we need to address this as daily challenges for ourselves and fix them. Thank you.
I'm hoping that by the time we're done, we might have found ourselves halfway, maybe 100 meters Simon marathon, maybe we get to about 1,500 meters speed or something. Fingers crossed. But let me come to Innocent, who's been nicely watching this crossfire going across him and thinking and probably reevaluating what he thinks about it. But let me jump into it very fast with you. The East African community has been faced with challenges due to lack of enforceability. Why is this the case, and what can Uganda and other members of the EAC do to address these issues? So we have all these nice plans, but somehow they're not being enforced. What, from your perspective, what are you seeing happening?
Okay, good. Good, thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you, distinguished guests here. The issues of the EAC, I think we've been talking about the EAC for a long time. And at some point, it sort of collapsed for a number of reasons. But this was revived, and I think significant progress has been made. But of course, we wouldn't be having this conversation if we don't have real challenges. So there's been slow progress in domestication and implementation of instruments that are really agreed collectively and together by the community. And this, I think, has been driven by a number of factors. But one of them, I think, is the issue around sovereignty, that tension between sovereignty and what you agree collectively and what it means for the individual countries to take these agendas, forward. We have seen instances where countries have gone ahead to fail or struggle to pay even the subscription, the membership fee, which is really something you wouldn't expect if we are really committed to coming together to work together. And we've seen that with a couple of countries. And while the treaty provides frameworks, a mechanism for sanctioning, we do not have a very detailed and elaborate legislation or tools to facilitate enforcement, in terms of how you sanction that. Now, maybe that is not so much of a problem because countries may be young or may be trying to struggle with all sorts of challenges, but we've also seen instances where we arrive at coordination problems where countries start initiatives, that are sort of competing with the broader interests and the principles of the integration. Because when you integrate, you are looking for opportunities that come with this big and open market. So how do you explain non-tariff barriers, for instance? Charges on these trucks, roadblocks, or whatever the case may be. How do you explain that? So we've seen, for instance, countries, I think Uganda and Kenya has had problems on sugar. We've had problems with other countries on say, rice. We've had challenges with eggs, for instance, and poultry. And these problems, while they get resolved, you think that there should be mechanisms to actually sanction some extreme tendencies by some of the members within this framework. So one of the challenges we've had really is that tension between sovereignty and what individual countries do to take forward the spirit of the treaty. The other issue, of course, is where you also have overlaps in terms of countries are in the ESC but are also in other blocks without mechanisms that actually facilitate coordination in terms of how you move, but also drive commitment to the initial priorities within the ESC. So these are some of the challenges we are dealing with. I think we do not have a very robust sanctioning mechanism. We do not have a very robust mutual accountability mechanisms. How do we monitor the commitments we make at the regional level, and how do we empower council to be able to act where some countries are going contrary to what would have been, agreed? So there is a lot more I think we can achieve to overcome some of these fears from the political perspective. Some are also driven by the economics itself, because when you integrate, you create an opportunity. Early movers take advantage, the slower movers lose position, and what looked like a good agenda starts being problematic because you're not moving and others are moving. So we need to work on having a functional sanctioning, an elaborate, collectively agreed sanctioning mechanism, and strengthen the processes that administer that. We need to look at more mechanisms for mutual accountability in terms of how we monitor, how we report, and how we tackle some of the challenges that we are facing. So these are really basic issues. We don't need to do so much to research them, but I think it's a challenge, I think, to the leadership. We also have, of course, the question of the role of the private sector, the role of the civil society in this ESC itself. Maybe we need to think about the dynamic that brings more of the ESC, more of the private sector, civil society into the governance systems.
We're being joined by the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister. I ask the room to rise as she walks in.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. We can now take our seats. Just check. So thank you very much. Welcome to this panel discussion on unlocking the benefits of African Continental Free Trade Area and the regional integration. We've just been joined by the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of East African Community, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. So before we broke off a bit, we're discussing what are the ways to facilitate this trade business. And Innocent was telling us that we are having problems in enforceability. Some guys break the rules and we can't call them to book. I just wanted to stay with you, Innocent, that it isn't that we are creating non-tariff barriers because we don't like the way you look, or we don't like, we just don't like you. There are certain interest groups that are fueling this. Is that what you find? That's me just thinking. Is that what you find? And which then fuel the political processes that create that situation? Or is there something else going on here that we're not privy to?
Yes, of course, behind some of these things, if I may use the word, that are happening, there is always an interest. So each of these countries will have its own private sector, its own civil society, its own political actors, and they will be responding to local problems as well. So in that context, you are going to end up sometimes with decisions that sort of go against the spirit of integration. That in itself may not look bad, but in the long run, it hurts the whole vision of integration. So the question then would be, why are actors trying to go against these very good aspirations? I think we have to address the question of knowledge. We have to address the question of engagement. We have to address the question of participation, because we need the private sector to understand why, for instance, government is pushing for integration, and engage with government on how to manage some of the risks that actually come with integration. It's better than going against the spirit of integration in the first place. So maybe it's a question of, are we broadening this conversation enough to be able to realign interests in the business sector, in civil society, for these very noble aspirations? We have to think about it, because when you look at what we are trying to do, for instance, with Bubu, how does Kenya read that? Or how does Tanzania read that? Implicitly, you're giving preference to what is produced here locally, and that could culminate into some of the non-tariff barriers maybe that we are talking about. Or other barriers to that more open and liberal marketplace. So there is a lot I think we can do to have a deeper conversation that can help us align these competing interests in a way that can push the ESC agenda. I think it's a very good agenda, and there are going to be costs, but there is a way around that if we are more engaged in finding solutions that take us to the more strategic results we are seeking to achieve.
sounds all very well, but I'll leave you with a scenario. I've planted my $50 million in a plant to produce sugar. To produce sugar in some neighboring country, and now Ugandans want to flood my market with sugar. The knee-jerk reaction is that I've got to create a situation that doesn't allow Ugandan sugar in, and the way to do that is through the political process. So I don't know whether engagement talk will help, but maybe that's something to think about. We will talk about it later. But just to deepen that same discussion, I have Mr. Paul Brenton, who is a lead economist at the World Bank, on the line. Paul, are you with us? He's online, so he should be.
Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, it's afternoon here in Uganda. It's probably morning that side. But yes, Paul, glad to be with you in this discussion on deriving the benefits of regional trade. I just wanted to ask, the World Bank has conducted a study in 2020 that looked at the benefits of the African continental free trade area, including Uganda. Can you explain what these benefits will be and what remains to be done to ensure the agreement covers investment and competition policy, intellectual property rights, and e-commerce?
Great. Thanks very much. And a very important question. But I'm going to start by going actually back 10, 12 years before 2020 to another World Bank report that we produced, which was called Defragmenting Africa, which looked at all the barriers that there are to trade in Africa. And it concluded that Africa had integrated faster with the rest of the world than it had with itself. And I was reminded of that this week because we were asked to write a note on fertilizers for our management and what's the impact of the war in Ukraine on fertilizers, because fertilizers are such an important input to agriculture. And I was actually surprised that Africa produces more fertilizer than it consumes. Africa is an exporter of fertilizers. But none of those exports go to other African countries. So Africa exports fertilizers to the rest of the world, and then all the fertilizers that Africa consumes, it imports from the rest of the world. And I think that highlights the fact that there are still very thick borders in Africa, which limit the potential for a considerable amount of trade to take place. So fertilizers was the example this week, but there are huge opportunities for increased trade in food. Food products, which is going to be becoming more important as climate change starts impacting more heavily on agricultural production, and extreme weather events hit places very hard at particular times. But there's also, I think other commentators have mentioned, opportunities, considerable opportunities in manufacturing. We haven't seen the sort of the regional value chains that have emerged certainly in East Asia. They haven't emerged in Africa, which can really drive employment in the manufacturing sector. But we should not forget services and the opportunities there are there, and increasingly digital trade and e-commerce. So there are enormous opportunities for Africa to trade with itself. And the African Continental Free Trade Area is designed to remove the barriers to trade and investment that make these borders so thick, and that prevent countries from trading with each other. And I think there are very powerful dividends from achieving that. And that's what the 2020 report seeks to quantify. And it finds quite strongly that if the AfCFTA were to be fully implemented, then there would be a significant increase in trade, and that would contribute to an overall increase in income of around 9%. Interestingly, the report finds that manufacturers grow the fastest, which I think links some of what the previous commentators suggested. But also that agriculture and services trade grows very strongly as well. But I think particularly important is that those changes contribute to a reduction in extreme poverty of over 50 million in Africa, the creation of nearly 18 million new jobs, and also that female workers particularly benefit particularly. Now, that does assume full implementation, And I think of all the provisions in the AfCFTA and some of these other provisions that are coming along with regard to competition policy, intellectual property rights, etc. So, as some of the other commentators have been mentioning, implementation is the critical issue. But perhaps I just want to give a few reasons why that World Bank study may underestimate the benefits of the AfCFTA. I think the benefits are going to be much larger. And a couple of reasons are, first, the models we have can only model the impact on what we observe at the moment. So the model shows what would be the impact of removing barriers to existing trade flows. It doesn't capture how new trade flows, new businesses would be encouraged by the AfCFTA. So we would see, I think, a much wider range of products being produced and sold in the African market. So we would get the export diversification that so many countries really are looking for. It also doesn't capture small-scale cross-border trade. This is trade that's not captured in official statistics, but it is a critical feature of countries such as Uganda. I've been very fortunate to be working at the border between Uganda and the DRC, at the borders of Uganda and Pondwe. And there are thousands of people crossing the border every day, hugely entrepreneurial, mainly women, who would benefit enormously from the removal of restrictions that impact on their daily business. And there's also, we're seeing emerge real opportunities there for moving up the value chain on a lot of the agricultural products that are primarily traded across the border. And the government there is putting in place some of the infrastructure to support additional processing of these products. And measures to reduce barriers to getting those products across the border will help enormously. The study also doesn't capture the benefits of scale. So one of the big benefits of having an integrated African market is that firms can grow and reap the benefits of large scale from being able to operate on a continental basis. And finally, it doesn't incorporate the benefits of digital trade and e-commerce, which is the emerging mode that will allow a lot of African businesses to participate in trade, and could be a real bonus as we move forward. So I think just to say there that I think the benefits from the AfCFTA are enormous. It does depend on implementation. And one small issue, I suppose, at the end is that the impact of removing barriers is greater competition. That will impact some firms that currently producing that will find it difficult to compete with imports from other African countries. So there may be a case, in some cases, in instances, for support for those firms to help retraining, to help relocation. So we mustn't also forget some of the adjustment implications. But overall, our analysis suggests that that there are huge potential benefits from the AfCFTA, dependent on full implementation of the provisions. Thank you very much.
Insights. Very interesting one is that one benefit the report does not factor in is this increase in trade. It's just factoring what is happening currently. But when you open the borders, what happens with trade? Many years ago, as a young reporter, I found a report, interestingly, somewhere in the UK, which said that Uganda's reliance on coffee, Uganda's exports at that time of coffee will go below 50% by a certain year. The amount of coffee was accounting for more than 50% of our exports at the time. And I thought it was a big story, and I probably even made the lead story in the New Vision at the time that, can you imagine, Uganda is going to be, exports of Uganda, coffee is not going to be such a major thing. And interestingly, many years later, fast forward, I'm in a conference and somebody's talking about exporting sugarcane to Germany. So when you open the borders, you don't see some things coming. Hopefully, a lot of them good things. But let me come to you. Let me come to you, Joseph, at the Ministry of Finance. as a journalist myself, what I tend to see is that officialdom, governments, public sector, even maybe the guys in the middle, are speaking almost at cross purposes with the business community. The government guys don't appreciate why the businessmen need certain things and even treat them with suspicion. And the businessmen, on their hand, also think, you guys, you're running marathons when you want to be running sprints. It's actually very well sound that way. Do you see that as a major thing that has to happen? That there needs to be a convergence in the way you guys appreciate, not government, I'm asking you government now, I'll ask Simon the same thing, the way you appreciate the need for urgency maybe, or the need for keeping calm. Maybe the guys want to sprint and you see you have a global picture. Do you think that's an important thing when discussing how to make this thing happen for all of us?
I want to see it differently. It's not that we are at odds with each other. From the perspective of government, you take a wider perspective of beneficiaries. So typically in the private sector, sometimes there are narrow interests. In other cases, there are broad-based interests. And essentially, as government, and the government of Uganda in this case, we are pursuing a structural transformation agenda. And the idea is that your policy position or your policy posture must be able to speak to industry-wide benefits, not farm-specific benefits. And sometimes when there is tension between what is good for an industry versus what is good for a particular farm, you may find some noise going around, and that's why you have to remain sober-headed and be able to do those calculations and see are the winners in this case more than the losers? In other words, is the collective good greater than the individual casualties that may arise on a particular issue? So that is really the principle, and I think the results bear witness. We have one of the most remarkable poverty reduction records on the continent of Africa. That speaks to the fact that our growth strategy has been very, very inclusive, and that reduction has been also sustained. I was looking at the report released by jointly by the African Union, ADB, and the East African Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, on the Pioneer African Industrialization Index. And it was very beautiful to see that Uganda made it amongst the top 10 countries in terms of the pace at which the economy or industrialization is gaining traction. So you notice that you just made reference to the fact of how the share of coffee in our export basket has dwindled from a high of over 50, 2 decades ago to now almost just 10%. We see that manufacturers account now for nearly over a quarter of our export basket. And a lot of these are meeting needs within the region. Africa accounting for about 60% of our exports of merchandise. So the point is that the policies that stimulate industry-wide change and reallocation of resources from lower return activities to more paying, and higher productivity activities require that you are able to single out market distortions and people who take advantage of those distortions. Sometimes people create those advantages from a very short-sighted point of view. But in summary also is that we pursue a very consultative policy-making process in Uganda. Whether that is the budget or any policy, it's quite consultative. So by the time usually cabinet pronounces themselves on a policy, they have listened to many sections, they have weighed competing interests, and guided by our structural transformative agenda, I want to believe that the exceptions are very few. Broadly, our policies respond to industry-wide interests. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure people like Simon might have find exception to that, but we shall come to that. Simon, women and children, very important in our business processes and stuff like that. You have you have oversight over huge value chains and all that kind of business. How do you see this Africa Continental Free Trade Area benefiting women and the youth given it works?
Okay, first of all, I definitely will come back to what Joseph just said. Don't mute, because you have to say something. Because there's a point that I need to link to your example of the $50 million sugar factory investment. But this is the point where you explain why we don't have women and youth. I don't know how youthful these guys are seated here.
Full one on the we're the older guys.
So if he's the representative of the youth, I'll represent women. But I guess this is the perfect example of leaving out that specific constituencies. But luckily, with all the discussions around the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, you've not seen you've had women involved, youth involved. Actually, the last couple of events in the last 2 months that I've attended, the focus has been women, youth, and SMEs. Okay. And the reason for that is that understanding that these African economies are very, very young in terms of demographics. We have very, very large numbers of youthful people, but also women constitute 50% and the more productive 50%. The men spend all their time sitting on stage as panelists. But more seriously, as this current World Bank report stated, a large chunk, and this report is focusing on Uganda, but a large chunk of your productive force in Africa is engaged in agriculture. And it's smallholder agriculture, which is really dominated by women. A lot of the production that happens outside of agriculture, let's say in the people who make the shirts that I wear instead of your European suits, again, women. And when we talk about SMEs and cross-border trading, that's a segment that has come out, especially in East Africa, the most. Okay, the people who are doing handicrafts, which is great. It shows that there's involvement, that inclusiveness, but it's not sufficient for us to consider it viable across Africa. Not yet. Right now, you can only talk about in terms of the regional, the eight regions, because that's reality. That's as far as they can go today. It's difficult today to get my Ugandan seamstress to send a shirt to Ghana or Algeria, for that matter, where the milk is going, because the barriers to that trade are
scale also.
Scale is one thing, but even language, she's not going to get there. Communication, she's not going to get there. In fact, it's difficult for us, the people working at a certain corporate level, to get from here to Algeria. Honorable Bahati, you might correct me if I'm wrong, I think you have to fly through Europe. Even within East Africa, we've been advocating for a one skies policy, because to get from Bujumbura to Tanzania, minimum of 2 flights. It sometimes is going to take you 18 hours. For somebody to put her wares on a bus to go and sell them at a fair across the border, it's difficult. And it's breaking the barriers at that level that we need to have a lot of policy changes, but adjustments to infrastructure in order to enable them to operate, and then create the right incentives, including financial incentives. and I believe the Honorable Minister spoke about, no, it was Joseph who spoke about payment systems. The right incentives and I don't know what you'd call them, the actualities that will enable trade to happen at a certain level. Now, besides that, when we talk about value chains across Africa, we're talking about production value chains. And to Joseph's point, like I started with, I'm here to speak for the wider business community. If I spoke here on behalf of my own company, this conversation would be useless because those narrow interests would come into play. Now, we talk a lot about manufacturing because we believe manufacturing is where most of the jobs would be created at a certain level to enable other jobs to be created. But to bring in more of the other segments of economic activity, we need to widen our focus on economic production. And I believe Paul mentioned trade in services, for instance, as another key element where AfCFTA opportunities should be highlighted. So I'm ever the cynical, always the cynical person in the room, but I do believe a little bit of work has been done, a lot more still needs to be done, starting with ensuring that the comments that come from the floor are mostly from people who are more youthful than Joseph and women.
This is my show, Simon. You don't decide who does this and that and the other. But yeah, I mean, the point is, already marginalized. It's going to be a struggle. We're already struggling with our own supposedly serious businessmen cross borders. They already marginalized women and youth to even makes it that much harder. But I'm about to wind up this discussion. But let me come to you, Innocent, that the World Bank says there are 3 places where there can be huge benefits derived from these continental free trade areas, and that's agribusiness, of course, energy, and housing. Do you agree with that, or do you see more places where this can be beneficial, especially to Uganda?
Good, thank you very much. I've been looking at the country private sector diagnostic report, and yes, I've seen the selection of where the opportunity is based on this report. Obviously, there is a level of merit in those choices, but there's an important statement in the report as well on specifically the question of agribusiness, that while the choice of agribusiness is obvious, the selection of the subsectors is a bit more complicated. And I think that's where we need to pay very, very close attention. Reading the report, we are talking about maize, we are talking about fisheries, and I think we are talking about dairy, which are good. But when you look at the direction of trade, you do not see diversity in terms of where that production is going. Now, if we are looking at the AfCFTA giving us an opportunity to scale our export and export revenues and impact on all these other indicators, then we need to critically examine those choices. We've done a study as the UNDP with the AfCFTA Secretariat on what we call the Africa Futures Report, and we've tried to map value chains where we think there can be a big opportunity for not just one country, but all these countries working together. So an integrated market, but also potentially integrated industry for different value chains, transboundary. So we've identified 9 value chains where we see opportunity, and I think what is consistent in this analysis with what is coming through from the diagnostic here is that agribusiness is going to be a big part of this. There are interesting value chains we've looked at. We are looking at leather and livestock products. We are looking at cocoa and cocoa products, soy or soya, and then the other one is in textiles, apparel, and what we could get from things like cotton or silk. There's a huge opportunity here, not just for Uganda, but to build regional, value chains. So to that extent, I agree with the report, but we're also saying there are these value chains to look at if we are talking industry. That's very important. And for Uganda in particular, I think we need to see how do we ultimately ground our industrial development in the right areas, because we don't have that much money, so we need to capitalize as much as possible. So what sort of evidence is going to drive the choices we make to actually build this industry? These are the questions we need to, reflect on. And where are the opportunities to integrate these value chains across borders? Because we may not be so good in certain areas, but we can capitalize at certain levels of the value chain. Now, in this analysis, we've also, on the product side, we actually have 7 out of 9. So the other 3 are looking at the whole question around the automobiles, and I think Uganda is a leader in this space. There's a huge opportunity if we can scale what we are trying to do with Kira and the electric motorbikes. Huge opportunity, but we need to figure out how to get that going. The other area, of course, is also in the whole area around pharmaceuticals and vaccines. You had the president when he was speaking in the US about where some elements that go into drugs and vaccines are coming from. It's cassava. So there is a lot we can do in these areas as well. There's a study which was done, I think, by UNECA about the potential we have in DRC alone as Uganda, if you even focus there alone, what you can unlock. And pharmaceuticals could be one of those things. Maybe this is something we want to look at. On the service side, we are looking at the creatives industry, and then, of course, the mobile financial services. So without complicating the discussion, I think we have a lot of work to do to make those critical choices on where we want to ground our investments in industry. But I think as we do that, I liked what Mr. Kaheru was saying about the woman and that small business. It's in the SMEs, ultimately, that we are going to build industry. Otherwise, I don't see you importing industry. So how do we actually position these SMEs in these different value chains, to catalyze this industrial production? So those would be my additional comments. Very good report. I think the issue of energy is absolutely crucial. We've seen the opportunity here with housing. I'm not very grounded in that area, so I won't comment much, but just to add these other elements into the puzzle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm a great fan of government enabling and the market deciding. When governments decide what they are going to champion, then everything goes, well, let me not say everything, but a lot goes wrong. The way Joseph is looking at me, it was like, I decided to catch myself on that one. But let me come to Paul. He's going to wind this down. Paul Brenton. Paul, you there?
Yes, still here. Thanks.
Yes, one quick question. Tariff liberalization or removal of non-tariff barriers? Which one would you go for in speeding everything up?
You've asked an economist, so not a straightforward answer and not necessarily a quick answer, I'm afraid. So a very famous economist likened the process of trade reform to draining a swamp, where tariffs are akin to the water level, and as you reduce the water level, you see all the other snags and obstacles to trade that emerge. So sort of tariff reform and non-tariff barrier reform are, go together, and so one can't separate them out. I think tariff reform in principle is simpler to achieve. Of course, there are a lot of interests that are affected, but non-tariff reform often requires sort of regulatory changes or changes to the way that regulations are implemented. And that's a big feature of non-tariff barriers. They arise from the implementation of regulations that are there to achieve a specific public policy objective. If they're not there, if there's no public policy objective, then they should be removed straight away. So if there are roadblocks along the road and they're not achieving any public policy objective, then there's no case for those to persist. But a lot of these non-tariff barriers arise from, for example, regulations to protect health and safety. So products that come in, if there's sort of electrical products, they must, the consumer must be sure that that they'll be safe and that they can operate that product in a safe way. The problem arises that the barriers arise when different countries have different regulations trying to achieve that same public policy objective, so that you have to produce your products slightly differently for one market than for another market because those regulations differ, even though they're trying to achieve the same public policy objective. So here the AfCFTA can bring considerable gains and benefits if we get a degree of harmonization, or alternatively, where countries see that other countries are regulating in an equivalent way, so that producers can design their product for the African market. They don't have to design their product for the Ugandan market separately from the Kenyan market, separately from the Nigerian market. And again, that allows a lot of these economies of scale to arise. But of course, that takes quite a considerable amount of effort on the part of policymakers and regulators to ensure that these regulatory barriers don't impact trade. And it's similar in regard to the sort of testing and conformity assessment that's often required with regard to these regulations, that different tests in one country are not recognized in another. So again, a common approach to testing that recognizes certificates of conformity with the regulations from one country throughout Africa would be a huge benefit. Now, I think NTBs probably have the bigger impact on business because they affect the fixed costs. There's often a fixed cost that has to be incurred, and that impacts particularly on small businesses. So if you have to redesign your product each time you go into a new market, that really does raise your fixed costs, and that impacts small businesses, and so they're less likely to be able to overcome these barriers. So I think moving towards removing non-tariff barriers would have particularly beneficial impacts for small businesses and allow those businesses to flourish and become exporters on the African market. Thanks.
Anton, the lead economist at the World Bank, thank you very much for your time. Thank you, my panel as well. Mr. Innocent Fred Ojolu, team leader at the UNDP. Mr. Joseph Inyimu, Minister of Finance, thank you very much. And Simon Kaheru, we know you. But gentlemen, this is a very interesting discussion. We haven't exhausted it by a long way. In my other job, I'm the New Vision. I'm the op-eds editor. Opinions like this are very important. Open door. Please send in your stuff. We will use them as a way to further this discussion and hopefully broaden the engagement in the subject. Thank you very much, people. Paul Bushariz, I've been your host today. Thank you very much. I call upon the country manager, the World Bank, to do the rest of the protocols. Thank you very much.
Paul, let me concur with you that that was a very interesting session. We look forward to hearing more from all of you in the op-eds. And at this juncture, let me ask Honorable Minister Bahati to come to the stage and say a few words of introduction to the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister.
The First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, who want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this public dialogue organized by the World Bank and the Minister of Trade in collaboration with the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Let's put our hands together to once again to welcome him. We know you're a champion of regional integration, and we have had a very fruitful day and afternoon discussing how we can be able to unlock the benefits of African Free Trade Area and regional integration. And we put it in a perspective that we are in this regional integration for strategic reason, for strategic security, for markets, and to prosper our continent. But there are things as governments across the continent that we must work on to be able to trade with each other. One of them is to improve standards. Another one is to make sure that we have a peaceful environment in which we trade, and also to be predictable amongst ourselves, to have policies, country policies that support each other and can be dependable. And at the engine of this is really the private sector. So this afternoon we had this discussion, the panel discussion, which you listened in, and I want to thank the panelists. I want to thank my friend Simon. He's run away, but I think he has represented ably the private sector. And to, like the MC, I used to know him when he was a poor man, but now that he's rich, it's very difficult to reach. When he was a journalist at the New Vision. So we want to thank you this afternoon to come and speak to us. So it's my pleasure to invite you to address this public dialogue.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And I want to start by apologizing for my late arrival today. We had a top management meeting for the end of the year, so it really took the whole day. But I'm glad that I was able to listen in to the panel discussion. Mr. Keith Hansen, World Bank Country Director for Uganda, Kenya, Somalia, and Rwanda. Madam Kariuki, World Bank Country Manager for Uganda, other distinguished guests here. It's really exciting. And listening to this panel made me think a lot of things. The first one is to say this is a good week to have this discussion because as we speak now, the medium and small-scale industries are assembled at Kololo Airstrip. They've been there since Saturday, and I hope that following what Innocent said, today, tomorrow, Saturday, we should find time to go there and see what you can build on to improve our standards. Secondly, to say thank you for bringing this debate on this issue. Listening to the panel, there are areas that we need to improve. One of them, I think, is the issue of the confederation. We have been talking about what we are all producing the same things, competing in the same market. But I think that unless we have a confederation and can determine what industries sit in which country, we are going to continue competing against one another because we sit as a government, plan for the development of our country, not for the development of our neighbor or of the region. So that mindset change is really essential. So the issue of the confederation is very, very important to enable us do some central planning and localization of industries. To show again that we are working individually, You talked about aviation on the continent. Last year, about this time in December, I wanted to go to Mwanza for the 21st medium and small scale exhibition. I wanted to fly. But when we calculated, it was going to take me 23 hours. 23 hours to move from Entebbe to Mwanza. Mwanza is just across the lake here. So after that, I told my Minister of State, you drive. Went to do something else. Now, you talked about how a Ugandan woman cannot go to Algeria, cannot fly there. But you find Uganda Airline struggling to get into Heathrow. But I'm sure Kenya Airways is there. And we know it is there. But it has not occurred to us to say, okay, KQ and QU, can we code share and go to Heathrow? No. Uganda Airlines must be there on their own. We must be seen landing in our own right. KQ is landing in their own right. etc., etc. So our mindset is still my country, my development, my people. I think that one is something we need to solve. Actually, last time we went for a council meeting, someone asked me and the Minister for Kenya, you, madam, why you are talking about build Uganda, buy Uganda? And you, why you talk about build Uganda, build Kenya, when you are sitting here in Arusha? None of us had answers, but that's the reality. So our mindset change is very, very important, and we need to have real political will and commitment in order to achieve what we are planning as a region. There was also the issue of poverty. I'm not sure that your thinking is connected to the reality. I don't know, they have taken a census of the number of schools that have been closed because of bank loans in this country after COVID. And yet the Uganda Revenue Authority is following up those people to pay those back taxes. They're following them up. So when I hear about a post-recovery fund, for me, I don't know where it went. I can't point to a success story. At least the people I've met, people in my constituency, they're struggling. People have gone out of business. People have lost jobs. Yes, people are poor. People not just recover from COVID. Something just expired. So I think we need to take note of those things. Now, I've been waiting for, you know, when you said that there have been consultations on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, maybe I'm the one who is not invited because I have an interest, but I've not been invited to any meeting. I'm anxious, especially on the issue of the Women's Protocol, but I've not been invited. I don't think my minister has been invited. I think we have a lot to contribute on this one, especially because in reality on this continent, the biggest participants in the economy are not the huge Madvanis and so on. There are these women who are close with small things on the border, from the coast of West Africa, that the main movers, even here. And yet they are the ones who cannot speak the languages. We have not made much effort to even train them. That time I went to Mutukula, talked to the border people. They told me they're really having trouble just speaking. Kenya, Uganda and Tanzania. That's why the issue for language is really important. We need to find ways of helping our people to be able to communicate. So we need to invest in the language issue. The same people are the ones who, even when they don't need to go through a Panya route, even when they are carrying goods which are within the acceptable limits, they'll be tempted to, when they see a policeman, they'll be tempted to go into the bush. They are robbed, things happen to them, and so on. So I think the issue of women and the youth is something we need to invest in. Now finally, coming to I had the issue of the influential groups behind the barriers. They are real. Last year I had an experience towards the end of the year when a very small cooperative in Kenya went, I think, to a court. They filed one case in Eldoret, another case in Mombasa, against the Kenya Revenue Authority, on the basis that the Kenya Revenue Authority had exceeded the COMESA quota by allowing sugar from Uganda to go to Kenya. I thought that the courts of Kenya are courts of the East African Community. But they were able to issue an injunction against the sugar. It had to park in Mombasa. I found that incredible. But that's what they did. On investigating, there were big players who are hiding behind a very small cooperative which did this. So I think we need to do more to convince our people that we can work together and benefit together. So I do want to thank the World Bank for raising the issues they've raised, and I hope that we can work together to ensure that we improve the ratings of Uganda. For instance, time taken and cost of trading remains high. It hinders the global value chain participation. As far back as 2018, we were ranked 102 out of 160 economies. Even our neighbors like Rwanda and Kenya were high up on the score, 57 and 68. We are not good on infrastructure. We are almost at the bottom. Tracking and tracing, we are at the bottom. We continue to talk about agriculture as our mainstay, but there's still a lot we need to do. Our extension services are not good enough. They're even inadequate. And the use of agricultural inputs is not very high. Our packaging remains an issue. And a lot of what we're exporting is not processed. Therefore, we need to work on those areas to ensure that the quality improves so that we can compete effectively and also be ahead of our other countries before we integrate and get the benefits. But maybe the Minister for Industry might tell us why we are still slow on certain areas of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I've not understood why. I hope they can tell us why. There is also the issue of the African passport, the famous African passport. We heard about it. It was issued with a lot of flair in Kigali, but I've never heard about it since then. Yet, people continue to ask you, where are you going? What are you coming to do in this country? How long are you going to be here? Etc., etc. So I hope that we can find some answers to these questions. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you very much. That was Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, First Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of East African Community Affairs, feeling our pain personally when she travels across the region and trying to sort out our own mess. Things look so clear, but clearly things are not clear. So thank you very much. At this point, I think we're going to have a group photograph with members of the panel, the World Bank, government. I think outside there, the photographers, which is the best place? This side? Or right here? So yes, we'd have people come and position right here, of course led by the ministers. And then I see on my I see on my program here that then we can have coffee and tea and probably leave at leisure. Yes, correct. Yes. So, of course, the sooner we do this, the better. We're having, chairs, yes. Thank you. when I was in campus, they didn't need to remind me, but it seems you people